Well, welcome everybody to yet another Zoom call in your lives. But fortunately, it's the ASO Workshop, and this is an unusual one. I want to thank Liz Carey for organizing this unusual workshop, as she's done in the past. And to all the speakers who are preparing for this week. We'd originally thought we were going to do Monday through Friday, but we decided that Zoom hell was probably too much, and so we'd run Monday through Thursday. I've just found out that the American Geophysical Union meeting is running across 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks, and so that's absolute madness. At any rate, so my name is Tom Painter. I am the CEO of Airborne Snow Observatories Incorporated, which we're going to talk about. And many of you have been involved with ASO across the last decade in its different form at NASA. This is our first party as ASO Inc. And in honoring that, we're going to, through the week, we're going to have some polls about ASO history, and whoever gets the most successful answers gets one of these fine Ridge Merino, where is it? Right there, Ridge Merino heavyweight shirts with the ASO logo on it. In your particular size. We won't pick it for you. So we'll be doing that at the break, which comes up at 10 o'clock, depending on how long I talk during the first spiel. And I think you guys will enjoy that. It's going to be interesting to see who knows that history. Much of the team doesn't know all of the answers, or they didn't before they were able to see the cheat sheet. So let me turn it over to Liz to talk about the logistics, because in this interesting world of Zoom meetings, there are some details that we need to figure out just to make sure that that things don't get thrown off. And so Liz, you take it away.
Okay, thanks, Tom. So good morning, everyone. My name is Liz Carey. I'm actually the flight operations lead here for ASO Inc. But I'm also the workshop organizer. So thank you to everyone out there joining us. We're really excited for this week. We'd of course love to be meeting in person, but hopefully by next year we'll be able to do that again. I know everybody's used Zoom a lot, but there are just a few features of the webinar setup that I thought I would go over real quick, just so that we're all on the same page. So the panelists that you see will be the ASO team, the folks presenting this week, our keynote speakers, and our discussion panelists. They will be able to use video and audio. You've probably noticed now that you're in the Zoom webinar that you don't have access to video and audio. So I just wanted to make sure everybody knew how to ask questions when questions come up. So there's a couple ways you can do this. One way is down at the bottom of your screen, you will see a Q&A button. If you click that, you can type questions. We will have people from the ASO team monitoring that throughout the week, and we will try to get as many of those questions answered as possible. You can also upvote questions. So if you see a question that you would like to have answered, please do upvote it so we know what people are thinking about. You can also ask a question out loud. There's a way to raise your hand. If you raise your hand, we will be keeping an eye on that. And we're going to hold all questions for the presentations until the end of the presentation. But at that time, we can then unmute you and you can ask your question out loud. There's also, as Tom said, a poll that will pop up. We hope that you will partake in that as well. And also, you've probably noticed in the corner, but I just want to make sure that everybody is aware that we are recording all of this so that we can, watch it later, send it out to people, all that kind of stuff. So just be aware of that as well. And I think that's about it. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to any of us. We're happy to try to assist in troubleshooting. We're not all Zoom experts, but we will do our best to try to make it work for you. So I think we're going to jump into Tom's keynote address now. I could ask all the panelists just to make sure they're on mute, and we can move on to that. Tom?
All right, let me unmute and then see if I can get screen sharing going. Is that working?
Yep, I think you just want to go into presentation mode. Yep, great.
Yep, all right. All right, great. I think there will be barking dogs occasionally and yelling children who are doing schooling, but the door is closed, so it shouldn't be too loud. So, yeah, I wanted to introduce to everybody this new world of the Airborne Snow Observatory that we're into, and that's the incorporated version. Not an immense amount has changed in that respect, but the direction that we're heading and the ability to move forward is really what was requisite in this move. So the first thing I want to talk about, though, is just some of the people that we lost in this year. Who in particular had relevance for this program. David Mayle was a professor at the University of Saskatchewan, and he wrote the Handbook of Snow, which many of you have. I've got my copy here, which if I move it fast enough, the screen shows it. And then we lost Conny Steffen, who was the director of the VSL in Switzerland. He had been the director of series at the University of Colorado for many years. He was my postdoctoral advisor and a very good friend to many of us. He had sponsored in Switzerland, he had sponsored some of the ASO flights there back a couple of years back. And it was really sad to lose him in a tragic accident in Greenland. And then Jacob Van Zyl here on the right. I'll talk more about him here in a moment with what he meant to the program. But he had been the number 3 at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. But before that, he was a huge innovator in radar remote sensing and on the Earth system side, as well as planetary exploration. And in general, he was likewise a good friend to me and a mentor. And he had recently left JPL to likewise start a business in spaceborne remote sensing. And so all of these people, though, incredible people, and just a huge loss to us this year. So this was the workshop in 2017. Notice the lack of social distancing and the lack of masks, but the little bit of snow still up there in 2017, and then in 2018 we were gathered again, and this was the last time that we met. 2019 was a hiatus year for us in that we were doing that transition from the NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory ASO program to ASO Inc. So this year is picking it up again, and we're going to be heading for annual meetings from here on out, and looking forward to eventually getting back to where we can all be together in the mountains. And having that awesome gondola ride to the summit for the banquet. All right, so the ASO Inc. mission statement is is here, and I think it's not surprising. It is to provide high quality, timely, and accurate snow measurement, modeling, and runoff forecasts to empower the world's water managers to make the best possible use of our planet's precious water. And this is really how we built from the very beginning. And it continues to be woven through the thread of this team. And you'll note that it says empower the world's water managers. And the last slides of this talk will speak to where we're headed with that vision. Incorporation happened. It actually was over a couple of gin and tonics with my brother that we actually first made it happen back in 2018, but it really got rolling in 2019. And you'll notice that we're a Colorado public benefit corporation. And the intention of that for us is really to maintain the central focus of our work, which is to be able to bring this kind of information, this accurate information about our most critical resource now, and especially the resource of this century, to the public, and just to keep that front and center. We can't deflect from that. We have to continue with that. And as I mentioned, that is critical to the DNA of who we are. Really quickly, I want to, we have not done our social media blast yet. We've been really focused on the operations and upgrading the software, which I will talk about just a little bit, but the team is going to talk about through the week. But this is the beginning of the social media blast here. So I think most of you have, or all of you have been to the website up at the top. Our Twitter handle here is Airborne Snow. And then the Instagram handle is Airborne_Snow_Observatories. Feel free to go there, and you're going to start seeing more communications through those methods as we move on. Now, for many of you, I just looked while Liz was talking. I looked through the panel, or not the panelists, but the attendees, just to see all of the names that I did know, but more importantly, the names that I don't know. And so I just want to give a little bit of an introduction to ASO. And this week, I think we'll reinforce that message for all of you. ASO was built to fill in the void in understanding of the two most critical snow properties to being able to forecast snowmelt runoff, volume, and timing. And those are the snow water equivalent and snow albedo. And for many decades now, I'd say 4 decades, the research community has been at it, trying to figure out how to do this from radar because of the interaction with the snow volume, with the microwave signal, and yet to date and even up to now, we still lack an ability to measure the snow water equivalent directly from radar. And it was about 11 years ago that I was sitting in a talk by my friend Greg Asner, who's a tropical ecologist and hates the snow, hates the cold, and would prefer to be around snakes and other creepy crawlies in the jungle, something that I loathe. And he was combining imaging spectrometer and LiDAR to make those measurements of biodiversity and plant functional type and nitrogen content and on in the world's tropical forests. And he has continued on to do this, mapping all of Panama, all of Puerto Rico. But it was sitting in his talk that I was thinking, we know what we can do with spectroscopy. We had been doing that for years, measuring snow albedo, and I knew that my my good friend and colleague, Jeff Deems, who I'm going to talk about more, and you're going to hear from more, had done his dissertation on LiDAR mapping of snow depth. And it just became clear that this was our path to get to snow water equivalent. And we already knew that snow density didn't vary that much across the landscape, the bulk snow density, and how it did generally varied in a rather predictable way. Whereas the great spatial variability of snow water equivalent was driven by the variability in snow depth. And so it was while our younger son was in the NICU at Torrance Memorial Hospital that I was invited up to the Jet Propulsion Laboratory when I was still a professor at the University of Utah to talk with them about their white paper on water resources. And they were really trying to make a push on taking advantage of all the technological developments they had made to get at a water resources program as well as water cycle and to really start filling in these voids. And it was littered with a lot of radar technology, but immense uncertainties and immense questions. And I made the suggestion at that time, you know, if you really want to do this right, you'll fly the imaging spectrometer with a LiDAR around the West. And I think that's going to give you the leverage to make that happen. And so we went on through the rest of the conversation. And the next morning, I got an email from Diane Evans, who was the head of Earth Science at JPL, and it was an invitation to come give an interview and consider it a recruitment to JPL. And after many months going through that process, we finally made the decision to move from Utah to Southern California. And what I saw of this opportunity was that there were immense resources within NASA and the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. There was the support of the Jet Propulsion Laboratory and the program managers at NASA headquarters. And I saw it as an opportunity to really bring to my community this capacity that we'd long been missing. And that was the ability to map snow water equivalent across mountain basins. Now we still had a lot of questions about how well it was going to do, how accurate it was going to be. But based on the work with Jeff Deems, I was pretty confident that this was the path. And so some conversations went on with Jeff as well as with Joe Bormann and Bruce McGurk, who was still operating the Hetch Hetchy reservoir for the city of San Francisco at that time. And it became clear that this was the right path to follow. So once we came into JPL, we started in towards the LiDAR mapping and the spectrometer measurements here to get at the snow albedo. And the reason that we want to get snow albedo is about 90 to 95% of the energy that goes to melting snow across much of the mountain landscape comes from absorbed sunlight. Now, bringing those together was going to require physical modeling. So the Snowpack process modeling to get its snow density, to then provide that spatial field of snow density to multiply by the snow depth maps. And then likewise, we had physical modeling in the radiative transfer that we had to do with the LiDAR as well as the spectrometer. And all of these weave together. And so what's exciting for me was when I first came to graduate school in the mid-90s, there were a lot of papers out there by Jeff Dozier, my graduate advisor, Gunter Bluschel, and Karen Bauer and many others that were talking about what our needs were for spatial information to really take physical modeling into the future and to where it needed to go. And what we're seeing here is really addressing those questions of being able to do that and addressing those needs. The final piece of this, as I mentioned, we spent time talking with Bruce McGurk, but we also had a great relationship with Frank Gerke, who was the chief of the California Cooperative Snow Survey Program. And it became clear that we needed to talk about operations from the very beginning, in addition to the hydrologic research, and to work towards rapid product turnaround to really be able to have meaningful products for the water managers to use in near real time. And I know many of you've heard this story, and Joe's going to roll his eyes at it again, but Joe Bormann had been involved with the other implementations of scanning LiDAR and imaging spectrometer for many years, with the National Ecological Observatory Network, as well as Greg Asner's program. And here in a meeting, I dropped that we were going to turn products around in 24 hours. And Joe called me up after the meeting and just said, yeah, you know, that's a great goal, but you got to recognize that with these other programs, it's taken months to turn those products around. And I don't think we're going to be able to do that, but we'll sure try. And by partway through the first season, we were actually able to do that, to get the 24-hour turnaround. You'll see that we've backed off of 24 hours, and there are a lot of good reasons to back off of 24 hours just to make sure of data quality now. But at any rate, that is an overview of ASO, and how does it look in its flow? So it's FPMS is what I describe it as: flight processing, modeling, and SaaS, which is software as a service. So we're flying, we're optimized for mountain conditions, and this is flying the LiDAR, the spectrometer, high resolution camera. And then here in the coming years, we're also going to be adding a Ka band interferometer to be able to have some robustness with respect to cloud cover, to have a similar measurement to what the LiDAR provides, except of course not being able to pass through the vegetation. The processing is for the various products: the snow depth, the snow density, SWE, snow albedo, snow grain size, and radiative forcing by dust and black carbon. And all of these components feed back into the Snowpack modeling, and will continue to do so as we move forward. And then where we've been working in the past was with Danny Marks at the USDA Agricultural Research Service on their iSnowball model, which I had been working with Jeff Deems and others on our dust and snow work in Colorado. And we'd found that the density modeling was really good when well constrained. And so that was why we started working with Danny and Adam Winstrel. And then as time went on, his team started to build. And then in this year, just as with ASO going through its technology transfer, likewise, there's a technology transfer out of the Agricultural Research Service, ARS, into the operational group M3 Works, who will speak later on in the week. And then likewise, we're working with the Wharf Hydro team at NCAR, and Dave Gotchis is leading that, and that's working towards building that modeling structure that will allow us to get at the 10-day forecasts that really have been the ultimate goal of this program from the very beginning. And let me pull all of you off to the side so I can actually see my slides. There we go. And then software as a service, this is the analysis and visualization that we've really been wanting to do, but we simply didn't have the resources and the time at JPL. And since our strategic partnership with Esri, that I'll talk about in a second, we've really been working now towards those analysis and visualization tools that will help realize this full potential. Now, another path through this that many of you are aware of is that we can also feed those products directly into, say, the river forecast centers, and that then further into the regional offices, say for the Bureau of Reclamation, or any public or private forecast entity. So for instance, the Hetch Hetchy team, they have their own PRMS model. And so they do a distillation of the ASO products and then they run their own model. They're not asking for our specific modeling. They want to have their own and into and then on into to the decision making down that path. All right, so how does it work? I think all of you know this, but really quickly, we make measurements in the summertime when there's no snow on the ground, and then we come back when there is snow on the ground. If only it was just as simple as subtraction, it would be quite wonderful. But it is a rather complicated processing. But that's the notion of that differencing to get its snow depth. And then how quickly will it melt? That is modulated primarily by the albedo and the solar loading. And with the spectrometer, then we're making the measurements of how reflective the snowpack is. And what's controlling how reflective it is the snow grain size increasing? Is there dust and black carbon? In the Colorado River Basin, we have quite a bit of dust. In the Sierra Nevada this year, we're going to have quite a bit of black carbon sloughing off off of burned trees onto the snowpack. So it's going to be fascinating to see what kind of modulation of snowmelt we see. All right, so the program evolution. So I mentioned the story from back in 2009 and how that got started. And one bullet I should add to this is 2011, and it was a conversation with Frank Gerke, again, who was the chief of the California Cooperative Snow Survey Program, and he and I talked at length about this concept, and it was really important that we had that relationship with Frank, and that Frank was in a state that is very innovative with respect to these kinds of technologies and modeling. You see it across the board with the atmospheric rivers and groundwater, on and on, the investments that are made by the state of California. So our first flights were actually in 2012 in the summer, and that was in a partnership with the National Ecological Observatory Network. We had good relationship with them, and that was just with some demo flights that we did in Southwest Colorado. And then likewise, after that, we went on to do our snow-free flights in August of 2012 over the Uncompahgre Basin and the Tuolumne Basin, the Uncompahgre in Colorado, the Tuolumne Basin in California. Our first snow flights started in 2013. And that was primarily with NASA headquarters support, but actually there's a typo here. The funding support was about 1/3 from the state of California and 2/3 from NASA headquarters. We purchased our instruments then that we, in 2013, we were leasing instruments for the 2013 campaign. And based on the successes then, we were able to get the purchases of the hardware in 2013. And then in 2014, we really started to see funding support from the state of California start to increase further. And in 2015, we added funding support from the state of Colorado for work in the Rio Grande and the Conejos. And in 2015, we also started the data archival and distribution at the National Snow and Ice Data Center, Distributed Active Archive Center. It's a NASA data center. And then we began in 2016 the work with the VSL and the Swiss Federal Institute for Snow and Avalanche Research in the Swiss Alps. And the program just started to really grow from there. And we were adding basins as we were going primarily in California. In the Eastern Sierra, we added the Merced. 2017, we grew into adding the San Joaquin. And that was based on the relationship between the Bureau of Reclamation, Chad Moore, and Friant, and they were the first. Friant was the first to actually bring monies that were not government monies to the ASO program, and then we really expanded in 2018 to all the way down to the Cahuilla in the southern Sierra Nevada. And in 2019, we began a partnership with Quantum Spatial. This was still at NASA when the exploration was going on about the technology transfer. And that then set the stage for a teaming agreement that we have with Quantum Spatial now. And then in 2019, we had the exciting legislation, Senate Bill 487, that worked through all of the committees, as well as the Assembly and the Senate votes with unanimous positive votes. And it got to the governor's desk, and on the last day, he passed it back to the legislature, functionally vetoing it, but passing it back, saying this is very important, work on the funding pathway for this. And that would have had the program running from the Kern all the way north through the Sierra, across to the Sacramento, the Klamath, and across to the Trinity. Unfortunately, COVID came and clobbered the state budget. Things appeared to have been lined up really well for the funding to go forward. We weren't the only victim of that. Quite obviously, many people have lost their jobs, and a lot of suffering has gone on. And likewise, in the state budget, the California LIDAR program, which was to go ahead, which was complementary to ASO, that's on hold as well. But nonetheless, in 2019, we began the transition to Airborne Snow Observatories Incorporated. And in 2020, then in January, we forged our strategic partnership with Esri. And then in 2020, we also did our first season as ASO Inc., teaming with Quantum Spatial, and had a very successful first year. So that's where we are right now. There's a lot more history that's going to be shown in the poll questions. And so I'm not going to give away too many answers. I gave away a couple there. Hopefully you were listening. So I really want to acknowledge these three people as being critical to the success, and in particular, trusting us as a team to be able to do what we said we were going to be able to do. First was Frank Gerke, whom I mentioned. And Frank helped to coordinate the funding from the state of California. He also offered himself up as a flyer on the plane, and he did fly a couple of years worth for us, not all of the time, but as often as he could. And to this day, he continues to be a fantastic advocate for the ASO program. Jared Enton at NASA headquarters, he's the program manager for terrestrial hydrology. And he put a lot of money out of his program into ASO. It annoyed some people out there in the community, but Jared believed in us and believed in what we were doing. And I think it's arguably a great investment that has shored up the issue with respect to snow water equivalent. And he continues to push it now with the SnowX program, And several of you here on the call are involved with that. ASO provides the baseline measurements now for SNOAX in the push towards a spaceborne program. And finally, Jacob Van Zyl, again, who passed away in August, and he was the one who put together the investment funds for our instruments, and as well as the strategic hire that I came in under, along with Charles Alachi, who was the director of JPL and is now on our advisory board. But he really believed in us and pushed and helped us through so much of that process. Okay, awards for ASO. I think many of you have seen this. This was the NASA Exceptional Technology Achievement Medal. My name is on there, but that's only because I was the PI who put together the team. But the team of people, many of whom are here right now, and indeed members of team members of ASO Inc., are the real reason that this happened. I've never seen a team of people work so hard, so many weekends, so many holidays, so many sleepless nights, and that was really the they really made the success of all of this, and I've largely gotten to ride along with it, and enjoy watching all of that team come together. Chad Moore really helped to make happen the Bureau of Reclamation's John W. Keyes the third award for building innovative partnership and strengthening relationships. This was back in 2017, and this was for the ASO partnership. And the award itself migrates around. I think it's been sitting with Chad during COVID, and he's been the great keeper of that. So what brought about the end of ASO at NASA and the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, and likewise then the creation of ASO Inc.? Well, it was success that brought that about. And not just the success of ASO, but also the success of the Jet Propulsion Laboratory for bringing in tons of business. So JPL had been growing tremendously under Charles Alachi as its director. And so the push was coming for more and more office space. And office space there costs a lot of money. And I'm sure that there are more details to this, but in general, NASA headquarters decided to start looking and pushing back a little bit to say, well, okay, you're having all these successes, but how about all that non-NASA work that you're doing? What of that can be migrated out? And because of the success of ASO, we were highly visible within NASA as well as at JPL. And that's when the idea of the technology transfer started to come about. And this was probably in 2018 that talk started of that and starting to figure out a way to migrate this out, so that not only because it had become operational, but also because the implementation worldwide that really needed to happen was going to be constrained in a federally funded research and development center. It wasn't just software; it was a lot of hardware, a lot of investment, a lot of people, et cetera. And so it became obvious that it needed to migrate out. So who brought about the creation of ASO Inc.? Well, obviously NASA and JPL and Caltech brought it about. But also this cast of characters. So Joe Bormann here, just to the next to me, with his software innovations through the whole period of the ASO program. Jeff Deems with his expertise in the LiDAR hardware and processing, as well as the relationship with water managers throughout the West. And then Pat Hayes, who had been a customer of ASO through the Mammoth Community Water District in the Lakes Basin, back up here on the backside of the San Joaquin. And Pat had fortunately just retired from the water district. And so we were able to pluck him out of retirement and bring his water management as well as business knowledge to bear as our COO. And so that's the original cast of characters. And we also had help from Shields Richardson, a businessman here in town, and a great partner to ASO for many years. So there's also the team that came along with us, and they're going to get introduced here. What time are we doing that? It's during the improvement interlude at 10:15, and that's going to just be introducing those team members, where they came from, what they used to work on. Hello, Rachel, and where they're headed. Okay, so our strategic partners, I've mentioned this before. Esri is really important for us in terms of the building towards these analysis and visualization tools. And that partnership was based on a relationship that I had grown along with Jack Dangerman, the owner of Esri, over several years when I was at JPL. And as soon as he and I got back on the phone, we were headed right down that path to where we had originally started talking about many years before. And then likewise, our partnership with the Wharf Hydro team at NCAR, and in particular, Dave Gotchis and his team, to really bring the state-of-the-art modeling for forecasting to bear. Likewise, our teaming partnerships with Quantum Spatial, and then M3 Works, which is the crew that has come out of ARS doing that technology transfer of the ice snowbow modeling framework. And then, as you can see, our clothing partnership is with Ridge Merino, who's it's a company here, Jeff and Susan Russell, based in Mammoth Lakes, and they're creating great products, and likewise doing 1% for the planet, and they're really invested in education, science, and understanding and combating climate change. All right, so here in the last 10 minutes, I'm gonna just push through some of where things have gone in the recent past, and then where we are headed. So ASO isn't used, the term ASO is not used explicitly in the California Water Resilience portfolio, but it is there in section 27.4, and it's throughout the document that they need to support utilization of emerging technologies and partnerships to improve the forecasts of precip, seasonal snowpack, and runoff. And you'll see this discussed in many ways during the week, and then explicitly by Dave Rizzardo and Mike Anderson later on today, as well as in Dave's keynote talk coming up. I mentioned Senate Bill 487. This was from the State Senator Caballero. And this was what made it through with unanimous positive votes, except for the governors. But we think that ultimately the ability to really scale is going to be better off brought through the legislation. At least at this stage, it was looking like that. And so as the state budget starts to come back, then we imagine this will come back into play. Then on the federal side, so back in June, there was the Moving Forward Act that passed the House, and Section 81-226 determination of water supply allocations. Snowpack measurement data was right up there up front. Synthetic aperture radar, laser altimetry, other emerging technologies, etc. And then in August, one of the exciting moments for us was actually that on the Senate floor, Senator Dianne Feinstein actually said Airborne Snow Observatory in talking about her bill along with Senator Harris, and then Congressman Harder supporting and had complementary legislation over on the House side. And it's not just California legislators, but also Diana DeGette and Joe Neguse from Colorado. And our understanding is that there actually is tremendous bipartisan support for seeing this coming to bear. Needless to say, RBG's passing has consumed things considerably. So we'll see what happens, and we've got an election next week. So a bit of this is slowed down, but we imagine that it is going to be moving forward. And just the fact that it is penetrating this far, and that the opportunities are really there to have the governmental funding to implement this program across the Western U.S. And bring it to its full capacity is heartening and exciting. The other aspect of this, we'll often hear from researchers, gosh, LIDAR and spectrometer surveys are really expensive. And there's no doubt that they're more pricey than the snow course measurements with a federal sampler or a Mount Rose sampler. But on the other hand, they use satellite data for free, but those satellite data are likewise not free. And so this is the kind of path that's going to allow us to get to where the ASO measurements can be free to those users out there, and they don't have to be thinking about that. They can simply be thinking about using those data to really bring water management to full maturity and to reduce the uncertainties and the hedging and the losses, as well as the vulnerabilities that we've had to the changing climate. Okay, so really quickly, we're going to have these improvement interludes that you've seen. We think it's a funny term, but we decided to use it anyway. Evan Burgess is going to talk about the computational optimizations and the efficiencies that we're going through right now, as well as the coming data analysis and visualization tools and that we're working on with Esri. Kat is going to talk about the snow property, error checking, and hydrologic consistency to really bring in a far more robust flow for those data products coming out to you. And then some of the detailed modeling assimilation with M3 Works with iSnowbell. And then Jeff Deems is going to talk about hardware, the LIDAR, the spectrometers, and beyond. As I mentioned, the Ka band interferometer. So these are some of those components. And you'll see that it says consistent turnaround within 72 hours. There are a lot of components that we've added since the very beginning of the program when we were doing the 24-hour turnaround. And when we go back and look at the data products from those early turnarounds, there were artifacts in the data that make us turn a little bit green. That was proof of concept at that time. And it still remains, I think, an ideal goal to be able to do the 24-hour turnaround. But arguably right now, to assure that we get the most robust data products, we're still sticking with that 72-hour turnaround. But to really bring that to absolute consistency is critically important for us. and to make sure that we have that reliable data quality and the accuracy for the confident decision making. When we get you uncertain products or inject uncertainty into your minds, then it takes away from the ultimate goal and where we know that we can be with ASO and the constrained modeling. And then likewise, working on the scalability of the program, and Evan will talk about that in detail. It is really exciting where things have gone, and in particular, adding Evan to our team has given us that ability to move to this kind of scalability where we'll be able to handle processing of data in across the Western U.S. and in Europe. And perhaps if a season is overlapping in the Southern Hemisphere, all of that can happen simultaneously without issue. And then, as I mentioned, building these custom tools, and Evan will show some of that as well. And you'll also be able to review the status of your basin at any time through the web interface. So likely flights, data processing, data delivery time, and then these tools that will allow you to analyze against your previous data. This is just a teaser of what these are going to look like. This is just what they're calling a wireframe for the data analysis and visualization tools. We'll have comparison tools in there, hydrologic tools, and the forecasting outputs as well. All right, so these are just my last two slides, and then I'll wrap up. So the scope of the implementation of ASO is really to the mountains of the globe that have appreciable snow water resources. And so it is my goal before retirement, and hopefully it doesn't put off retirement, to achieve it, but that is to reach to all these mountain areas of the globe, at least that are geopolitically accessible to us. And some of those locations are not, most of them are, and in most of those cases we've had conversations and considerable attraction to being able to realize this implementation, including New Zealand, which always gets shoved off here towards the edge of the map, but does have considerable snowmelt resources and intention for just such a program. And finally, just to give you a feeling, I gave you the mission statement for ASO, but also built into our business plan, as well as our business DNA and our research DNA, is that most of us were researchers before, and so we have every intention of continuing research in this field, research on the technologies, research on the science, and likewise research on computing capacity, and the ability to really weave all of these together. I've got the ASO sitting here out over the Sierra Nevada. You can see Mono Lake out there. We also have satellite technologies that are coming, and while I believe that it's probably several decades, several being 4 or 5 decades before we're going to have a devoted snow mission or snow measurement that can really carry these kinds of complementary measurements. There are research satellites that are going to be going up, and of course anything can pop up. So it's our plan to be involved with those communities on the satellite side, as well as using the optical measurements to constrain our modeling. So the various Sentinel measurements, the upcoming Landsat imaging spectrometer that will be 2 versions out, and then likewise we have an education and research program that Liz will talk about later in the week, with interns at the college and graduate student level, so undergraduate and graduate level, but also bringing the kids from K through 12 into the field with us and getting them to understand where their water comes from, and likewise getting them engaged in the technology and the excitement of lasers and spectrometers and radars. And so at any rate, this is a really exciting time for us. We are supremely busy with building up all of these components, building these partnerships, and working towards that broader implementation. But the relationship with all of you is one of the most important things that we have for our team. And I gotta say, it is a remarkable community, and we're just so excited with the friends that we have, the friendships that we've grown with all of you, and those working relationships going forward. So I will stop there, almost on time. All right. So, Liz, do you want to take over right now and just we have break?
Yep. So we're going to leave the webinar open so you don't have to rejoin or anything. We're going to take about a 15-minute break so everybody can kind of stand up and stretch their legs a bit and grab another coffee. And at 10:15, we will be back for the improvement interlude where we're going to introduce the ASO team. And then at 10:20, we will start getting into some of our presentations for ASO 2020 in California.
So you're going to put the poll up right now, is that right?
I am going to put the poll up right now.
Okay. I'm looking forward to seeing how many of you know this.
So the poll is up. We will leave it up for probably most of the day. So you have plenty of time to think about your answers.
And we'll be doing this each day, right, Liz?
Right, just with different questions.
Yeah. All right.
All right.
All the panelists can't vote?
Well, Steve Haugen already won a beer last year, so they can't let him win a sweater. I mean, that's just not fair.
Wait, he win the
I think you have the opportunity to vote when it ends for the rest of the attendees. So you just have to go last.
Okay, good.
That way you don't skew it, because we know you all know the answers.
I think skewing is a hard term.
Okay.
All
See you in 15.
See you in 15.
Right.
Okay, you can. All right. Okay.
I'm glad to see that people were listening when I was talking about Frank. They got that one right.
Yeah, I see that.
Who's taking the polls?
So it's the attendees right now. And then I think once it ends, it allows the panelists to respond. Once I end it, which we'll do maybe closer to the end of the day.
But Peter, you make sure you get in there. Steve.
I've already answered.
What's that?
I've already answered the questions.
Oh, you were able to get in.
Did you?
Oh, because yeah, I'm on the regular thing as well on my phone.
Oh.
And all these echoes. Just
working the system, huh?
And Pat Hayes, you're ironing?
He was ironing his pants.
Don't burn those.
You don't need pants for a Zoom call.
So I've heard.
All right. Well, Liz, should we
Yeah.
should we get going? All right. So why don't you orchestrate it, since you've got the list, and then I will throw in commentary on each one as usual.
Oh, great. All right. So we're just going to go through the ASO Inc. team members, just so you can kind of get to know all of us, since most of our correspondence is typically via email, so we never get to actually talk face to face. So my name's Liz Carey. I came to JPL years ago, but I joined the ASO team at JPL in 2016. I came to JPL to work on lab experiments for extraterrestrial ices for places like Europa. I worked on the Mars Perseverance rover. And then in March of this year, I left JPL and joined ASO Inc. I've been flying with ASO since 2016. I joined as part of the flight team, and I'm now the flight operations lead. And I'm super looking forward to getting back in the airplane and getting flying again. So.
Well, and Liz, you're also the education and outreach lead, and being embedded in the science team, Liz arguably covers the most bases with ASO. So you'll see her on essentially every video call that you interact on with our team.
All right, so we have how about Kat? You want to go next?
I knew you'd pick me. Hi, everybody. My name's Kat Bormann. I'm having a pretty bad echo here.
I think you're all right.
Okay, very good. Okay, great. Kat Bormann. I'm from Australia. Came to JPL in the US in 2013 to work with Tom, take up a NASA postdoctoral fellowship there. And that was primarily to work on the ASO program at JPL. And so I've been a substantial portion of my career, and every moment since 2013, I have been on ASO. And I just left my NASA job in May or April this year to join ASO Inc. And very, very happy to be part of the team.
Yeah, and Kat got in touch with me with the UCLA ad, and when I looked through her CV and then the topic of her dissertation, I realized, no, we need to pull you over to JPL as part of the ASO team, because her dissertation was remote sensing of snow cover and modeling of an analysis of snow density in different climates, different snow climates. So it was abundantly clear that she knew what she was doing with that, and we needed her on the team, especially since I handled the density assimilation along with Danny and Adam back in 2013, and she's done a much better job than I.
All right. Looks like Pat's taking a break from his other chores. Would you like to go next, Pat?
I'd be happy to. Hi, everybody. I'm Pat Hayes. I'm by formal training, a civil engineer, and had a lot of experience and retired from formal practice with the Water District in Mammoth in 2019. Tom first showed up in my office, I think it was around 2014, Tom, with this crazy idea about actually measuring snow accurately. And right from the beginning, I think we had a very strong relationship. And the fact that the Mammoth Lakes Basin, the Lakes Basin, is the tiniest of the tiny basins out there, gave some real granularity to what was being looked at. We had a snow course. It serves both Mammoth Lakes, but it's also, more importantly, for the whole San Joaquin Basin. And we were seeing great variations in the accuracy of those data. And so right out of the box, we had some good results, but it was very timely because 2015, as we all remember, was, let's just say, a dry year. And that information was very helpful in running water resources for us, and I think for all of the particular basins that were already online. Tom and I started talking about what was possible here, and he had a very strong supporter in me from the very beginning. I think this has, I thought at the time and still think this has far-reaching implications for improving our ability to manage a pretty precious resource wherever there's mountain snow regions in the world. And in the last year, we've took on opening or starting up a new business, and I'm really pleased by the massive progress we made in that time. Our partnership with Esri, bringing on all the wonderful staff we have with a terrific experience. I'm amazed at what this project has attracted. A lot of credit goes, I think, to Tom for his being the Pied Piper of snow measurements. So we're in a pretty good spot here, I'm happy to say, but a lot of challenges. Back in, I think it was February, Tom, we were in Sacramento visiting with the legislators in both houses and both sides of the aisle. Had very strong support, and the California budget at that time had, I think, an $18 billion surplus, which is now turned into a $54 billion negative. So I think funding these projects is really where the challenge is, particularly in these circumstances. But back to the point, these data are extremely valuable, and we've got several examples that will be presented during this workshop about how valuable this data is in terms of not just monetary, but how it impacts the environment, how it impacts the ability to produce food, how it provides water resources for cities around the country. So I'm very pleased to be a part of the team. Thanks for the time, Liz, and I'll turn it back to you. You're muted, Liz, so.
Thank you. Thanks, Pat. Christina, would you like to go next?
Sure. Can you hear me? Am I unmuted?
You're good.
Hi. I'm Christina de Cesare. I'm ASO Inc.'s lead engineer, and I was with the program at JPL as well. Our titles were a little different over there, but basically I've spent my time with ASO working on the software. For a time, I led the team at ASO JPL that did data processing. Sorry, I'm fumbling because we have all these internal words that are meaningless to anyone but us. I'm trying to avoid those. But point being, yeah, I'm involved in data processing, data management, and for ASO Inc., I'm really excited about just how much freedom we have to implement new technology. So I'm really excited for that. I'm looking forward to bringing in my pre-JPL experience as a web developer and like API developer. Yeah. And
I will just add that when Christina came into the ASO program at JPL, before that we'd had a bunch of the original programmers who were dealing with the data processing, and it seemed that we had just glitches all the damn time that were keeping us up all night long, many sleepless nights in a row. And when Christina came along, all of a sudden, everything was working seamlessly. And Kat used to even say it to me. Oh yeah. Christina coming along made the difference. And so we could know that the processing was going to be handled just fine. And that is when things went into being really robust. So we're so excited to have her join the team, or rejoin the team over here on the other side.
All right, Jeff Deems.
There's the mute button. Hi, everybody. Jeff Deems, co-founder, CTO for hardware and formulation lead. As Tom mentioned earlier, Tom and I have known each other for, I guess we can start counting decades pretty soon. And mutual love of playing in the snow, combined with mutual love of researching the snow, has led to a number of fruitful collaborations over the years. I had the privilege to work with a fairly early LiDAR snow depth data set when I was working on my PhD at Colorado State with Stephen Fosnacht and Kelly Elder and others. And immediately, aside from the results of my research there, it became quite clear that this was a really fruitful path forward for measuring snow depth at high resolution in complex terrain. And so, as Tom mentioned, when he went to JPL to basically create the ASO program there, that was going to be, had to be a key component. Since then, my experience with not just remote sensing, but field measurement of snow, as well as snow and hydrology modeling, has led me into lots of interactions with water managers and research to operations transitions through my positions at NSIDC and the Western Water Assessment here at the University of Colorado. And that has translated into really a perspective to try to understand what our customers, clients, partners really need from the ASO program, and how the ASO program can really drive innovation, and what we see as a paradigm shift in the ability to measure and monitor and manage our water resources. So I'll echo Tom's thoughts. I'm privileged to be a part of this amazing team. And I include all of you all on the webinar as part of that team as well. It's really the interaction with our partners, stakeholders, and research compatriots that really add a lot of depth to this program and make it really exciting day to day. So thanks.
All right, thanks, Jeff. Joe?
Unmute. My name's Joe Bormann. I'm Chief Technology Officer of software, but been a friend of Tom's for a long time. And basically my job is now helping shepherd the software and the processing into this next century, where basically replacing all my old code with new code written by our team members. And it's been a fantastic job and a fantastic run with ASO, because I've been in the remote sensing business pretty much nonstop for 35 years and made a decent living kind of telling people about what a great idea remote sensing is, or selling them software or doing whatever. And this project alone stands out in all the ones I've seen in terms of actually proving value, proving there's an ROI to using remote sensing instead of just a cool image. And the fact, I'm still working on it is a clue how important I think it is. And I think ASO's primed right now for massive growth and improvement because of what the team we've got and the world we're looking at. So it's great to be here.
Awesome. Thanks, Joe. About Evan?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, my name is Evan Burgess. I am I think I'm the lone person that was not with the ASO team pre-ASO Inc. But I've known, my background is in cryosphere remote sensing. I knew Tom back in Utah days. I was doing Greenland stuff at the time. I have a PhD in SAR remote sensing of glaciers for velocities, and then my postdoc was in aerial LiDAR observations on glaciers for glacier change. So very similar type stuff. But at the end of my postdoc, I took a hard break from academics and just really started focusing on kind of the software development and the cloud architecture and kind of the computing side of science. I just got much more interested in that. And that's what I've been doing for the past, I guess it took me, yeah, four years before I met up with Tom, and Tom kind of sounded like he needed someone like me with a lot of kind of that computing background. And yeah, I think that's
awesome.
Yeah, I think
to be here.
I think it's courtesy of the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power that Evan was doing some work on Owens Lake, and knew that we lived up here in Mammoth and came up for a beer and dinner, and that's what triggered all of this. So many thanks to DWP for putting Evan there.
Yeah.
Awesome. So we also have two of our student interns online, Grayson Dozier and Will Stevens. Grayson, do you want to say a couple words?
Hi, yeah, I'm Grayson Dozier. I'm a fourth year geography and anthropology major attending Cal Poly SLO, and I'm interested in the remote sensing, specifically of snow, as well as skiing and climbing. And ASO gives you a great opportunity. I'm really grateful to be here because it's an awesome learning opportunity. And yeah.
Great. Thanks. How about you, Will? Oh, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll have my headset on. Hi, I'm Will Stevens. I am an intern as well. I'm interning for ASO. This is my first year. I'm super excited, a little nervous to be here amongst all these geniuses. I go to University of Columbia, Missouri for computer science with a math minor. So I kind of work with Christina and Evan on like the
Hope you cut out.
Cut out. Uh-oh. Did we lose him altogether?
He's there.
Maybe headphone batteries.
Oh, okay.
Hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. My audio setup's a little weird. I go to University of Columbia, and I'm excited to be here. Sorry about it being a little wonky, but that's all from me.
It's okay. Awesome. And
let me add a couple pieces to that. Our internship program, we've pretty much had interns with us back about 6-7 years now. And we have the intention on growing that program as well as adding to it in the K through 12 as I mentioned before. But we're really excited with the internship program that we've had, and how that helps the students to grow, but likewise really helps the ASO program. The work that Will and Grayson have been doing.
Uh-oh.
Mammoth internet.
Mammoth internet strikes again.
All right.
All right. Well, we'll see if he comes back. I think we are running a little bit behind, so I think I'd like to go ahead and jump into some of the presentations. Luckily, we did buffer some extra time for those, so we shouldn't have a problem getting through all the presentations before lunchtime here. Kat Bormann is going to be our lead chair. Are you there, Kat?
I'm here.
You're
Excellent.
here.
So let's jump into, let's jump into our first session for today and for the workshop in general. Today we're going to be, in this session, we'll talk about ASO operations in 2020 in California. So it'll be specifically speaking about those things. We have some really great speakers. So first up, we have Monier and Olivia Cramer. Wes is the chief hydrologist and Olivia is a hydrologist at the Turlock Irrigation District. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much. It's a privilege and a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much. Before I go any further, I'd really like to compliment and make note of, we're the project manager on Don Pedro project, but we manage the Don Pedro project with our sister agency, the Meadows Irrigation District. And Gordon Enos is in the conference, and I just would like to recognize him. We work hand in hand, the Turlock and the Meadows Irrigation District, on this. In addition, on the Tuolumne as a whole, the districts in San Francisco work hand in hand together, especially on this project. I can't say enough about Dr. Chris Graham and Reggie Walters. In the middle of the season, we're on the phone basically every day. And this is a big, large project. And my experience, you find out that on these big projects, you're standing on the shoulders of very smart people. And again, they are very smart. So I want to commend them. Another group real quick, because of the DWR folks and the grant funding process, there was a lot of pain and effort in that area. But for them, we would not probably have had the program we did before last year, and this year, and possibly going into next year. So I just want to say that thank you to those guys. This program, as we've talked about in the past, it is definitely different. From my perspective only, this is a measurement program. I know we get into the modeling discussions and how that works, but as opposed to it is a snapshot at a given time via actual measurements. And we've never had that before. And you've heard the discussions that I and others have given where at the end of a wet year in June, you're wondering, well, how much snow's still up there? You got all of your model data, but it's not calibrated at best to those kind of events. And you get everything degenerates down to, well, at my aunt's cabin, there's still 8 feet of snow. How do you operate a reservoir with that? On the other side of the coin, in a very dry year, well, how much is up there so that you can make your releases and make your allotments and set your power releases up? So it's on one hand, we've got this information and we're dealing with it, but how do you deal with it? How do you incorporate it into your operations? In 1993, after the very wet and tumultuous year, second wettest year on, or 95, the second wettest year on record, we're all done. Call DWR up. Yeah, the full natural flow's dying. We made it. Let's pop the champagne. Then the next day you're in there and you're screaming, get the flows back up. And you said, well, what happened? Well, I thought you said that the nighttime temperatures, or the temperatures were going down. I said, well, they did, but the nighttime temperatures went up. But because we now know what's up there, we wouldn't make those miscalculations. So we're in the process now of trying to figure out how do we incorporate this information on a real-time operational basis and cut out the, for example, we would make our operational decisions either based on a 10% exceedance or a 90% exceedance. You always have to have a buffer in there. Well, in some cases, the bottom end of the buffer is taken out because of this program, and that's very expensive. one of the things that's not talked about that I think is a big deal in this program here, and then I'm going to hand it off to Olivia, is we get into discussions that, but for this program, we would not be in. And I haven't been part of those discussions. I think they probably take place in a research environment, but not in an operational format. So even when there's some questions on some results, you end up getting into some discussions that you would not have had before. And that by itself is worth a lot. And it's a perspective, it's an understanding of what's going on so that you can operate to and make informed decisions. So with that short introduction, I'm going to hand it off to Olivia. Olivia, you're up.
Great, thank you, Wes. So introducing the Tuolumne Watershed, for those of you that aren't as familiar with it, it encompasses 1,500 square miles, and there's 4 reservoirs on the system. The 3 upstream reservoirs being owned by the city and county of San Francisco, and the lower reservoir jointly owned by TID and MID, and TID being the operator of the Don Pedro Reservoir. It's a 2.03 million acre feet reservoir and is the sole flood control facility on the watershed. Now, in order to be able to operate such a complex system, we have our toolbox, and these encompass observation networks, giving us an idea of what's currently going on within the system, as well as the forecasts, kind of giving us an idea of what's going to happen in the future. And finally, all of those things feed into hydrologic models that give us an idea of what that runoff is going to look like. And now we have an addition to our toolbox being the Airborne Snow Observatory. And so what is the importance of having this new tool? And I feel like this graph by Dr. Graham really shows that well. We can see that we do have an amazing snow survey program within California, but due to restrictions based on having national parks within the watershed, as well as safety concerns, there are limits to how much data can be collected and where it can be collected. And one of the main areas that had been missing is what was occurring in the upper elevations of the watershed. And that's something that ASO helped fill in that gap. And we can see, you know, rather than what we would have expected before we had the ASO data, is that as you keep going up in elevation, that the snow is going to continue to build, but we see that there was actually a large decrease in that SWE. And just having that knowledge helps a lot as far as trying to plan as a water operator. So now the step from going from a SWE measurement is now we need to make it into a runoff measurement, making it applicable to a reservoir operator. And so one of the processes we've been going through is looking at how we can create kind of a modeled full natural flow out of ASO measurements. And when the program started, we really only had measurements at the above Hetch Hetchy Reservoir. And so we started off this using just Hetch Hetchy, and we could see we actually have a pretty good R-squared value. And essentially we created this by looking at precipitation moving forward, so all the future precipitation that occurred. And the runoff is, the observed runoff is based on whenever we start to see close to about 100 CFS of full natural flows when we start to make that cutoff of end of runoff. And then finally, as we move forward, the hope is to continue refining this. And so now that we have expanded the area of data collection to include the Cherry and Eleanor reservoirs, we can see we have a further improved R-square value of 0.98. And hopefully as we move forward, we can refine that even further. So now the next step is how do we take an orange and compare it to a bunch of apples, essentially? And so that's this process of trying to use this modeled ASO value in the normal April through July runoff conversation. So we get this kind of data from the California Nevada River Forecast Center, as well as DWR and the Bolton 120. We have these April through July runoff forecasts. And by taking the modeled ASO value and in that precipitation portion of that equation, we essentially look at precipitation based on past climatology and putting those within their exceedances to basically develop a range that we could expect. And I use this as a comparison to see what of the other modeled information we have is lining up and what ones are completely out of the realm of possibilities. And so I feel like by looking at this, we get a better idea of where we want to hedge our bets, essentially, as what we would expect for runoff. And in this case for this year, our AJ was at 686, and we did have above average precipitation, which with the modeled ASO, that's right on with what you'd expect, just slightly between that 50 and 10% exceedance, and that's where it ended up landing. And another way that we have been using the ASO data is comparing the spatial distributions to our own internal hydrologic models spatial distribution output. So this is essentially just showing a difference in SWE between the two models. So we're looking at where our model was building snow where it wasn't supposed to, or where it was depleting snow where it wasn't supposed to. So I think those kinds of things have been giving us really good insights as to where we might be able to make improvements within the HFAM model, and just as another validation, essentially. So now, how are we been using ASO directly in our decision making? So looking at wet years such as 2017 and 2019, having the information on volume and what the lowest end of the expected runoff would be, really gives us confidence to make decisions, rather than before it wasn't just error in or a range due to the precip moving forward. It was also, there was some of that range was due to just not knowing exactly what the watershed state was. So removing that part of the error really helps give us confidence in our planning. And from there, we're able to take that volume and shape it as far as releases for the best environmental uses, as well as for flood control and public safety. So it was really key in those 2 years. And then looking at more of a dry year scenario, such as 2018, we were actually able to use ASO data during the spring runoff season as support to ask the Army Corps of Engineers for a deviation from our flood control requirements. And this allowed us to capture 150,000 acre feet of water, which helps us fulfill our demands and be good stewards of the resources that we have. So, final thoughts and, / next steps that we see is definitely the expansion of the data collection area, which we've been in conversations with ASO Inc. team with about trying to capture the entire snow covered area above Don Pedro. That'll just kind of tie everything together there. And then as well as creating a more formal connection with our internal hydrologic model. So part of that is taking that comparison of spatial distributions a step further and looking at how maybe we can fine tune our calibration based on patterns in how that snow is distributing, as well as runoff. And then also if there's a possibility of using the ASO SWE and depth data as a way to create an initial condition within our hydrologic model to then run off of from there. And then just, further incorporation of ASO data into the actual decision-making process and making sure that it is a, relied upon tool and a trusted tool among all of our partners, both at a local, state, and federal level. If Wes has any final thoughts, but other than that, I thank you guys for having us, and we'll take any questions.
Great. Thanks, Wes and Olivia. That was really interesting. So if anyone has any questions, you can type them into the Q&A and we can get them out, or you can raise your hand and we can unmute you. And while we're waiting, I have a quick question, Olivia. So I saw on one of your plots there, you had sort of the bars of the different estimates. Mm-hmm. How did you get the probabilities onto the ASO data there?
So essentially, I took that modeled full natural flow equation that we had above those regressions, mm-hmm. and on the precip end, I used different exceedance values of future precip and put those in there. So essentially, the only error within that is what we would expect within as far as future precip.
Okay, great. Thanks. Okay. Jeff Dozier's asked a question here. What model do you use to estimate the spatial distribution of snow or precip generally into the basin?
So that is our internal hydrologic model. So it is by a company called Hydrocomp. And it was created by Dr. Crawford, who originally created the Stanford HSPF model. So this is now his next step in as a private company that we've been working with them since after the 97 event. We realized we needed an internal model and have now put that into our regular decision-making and operations process.
Great. Okay. If there are no more questions, we might take the opportunity to recoup a little bit of our time. Oh, I've got one here from Gus, and then we'll move on. Okay, Gus is asking, how does one use a short period of record data set, ASO, to calibrate your internal model?
So we haven't quite gotten to that step, so that's kind of part of the future process. And one of the reasons why we do have two separate regressions, one that is just the Hetch-Hetchy ASO, which has far more data points than what we have for the Cherry, Eleanor, and Hetch-Hetchy version, because I think there's about 20 points there. So we're using one that has far more points, and we're going to kind of take our time as far as actually using it for calibration in our model. But, I think over time we'll have a large enough data set that we could probably see certain patterns in areas and make those comparisons.
Yeah, that's great. All right, if you have any more questions, just address them to Olivia and Wes in the chat, and they might be able to help you out there online. Okay, moving on. Our next speakers are Steve Haugen and Matt Meadows. Steve's the Water Master and Executive Director, and Matt Meadows is the Scientist and Assistant Water Manager at the Kings River Water Association. Okay, take it away.
Thanks, Kat. I'll get this loaded up here real quick. Share and play. There we go. So, as introduced, my name is Steve Haugen. I'm the Water Master for Kings River Water Association. Let me give you a little bit of background here about the association. And my presentation has a lot of the similar kinds of information that Turlock's has, but I think the ultimate place you'll find is we have a very contrasting, we're kind of on the opposite end of the spectrum from Turlock. They've got some physical models. They've got staff that can manage this. In our case at the association, Matt and I were introduced. We also have a whole lot of other duties on our plate. And it ends up we are not able to commit the amount of time and effort we'd like to forecasting. And we do not have physical models. So it's going to be a bit of a contrast there of how we use this. And as you know, Wes noted, definitely want to put a shout out there to DWR for, the foresight of engaging in this program back, now approaching 10 years ago. This is the next step I see in water supply forecasting. And so this is a key component, I think, in moving forward. And with that, let me give a brief background here. This is the Kings River service area on the valley floor. It's about 1 million acres. Our watershed above Pine Flat is about 1 million acres. And this is Kings Canyon Sequoia National Park up in this area. So focusing in on our service area, the valley floor, we've got 28 member units that represent a number of different water agencies, from very small to fairly large. Within this area, we have a population of about 1 million people. About 2/3 of those live in disadvantaged communities, or what they call SDACs, super disadvantaged communities. Those are areas with low income, low challenges, and they rely exclusively on groundwater for their water supply primarily. So when we get into water management, we start looking at SGMA, the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, and some of those other things that improved water management has indirect benefits to all of those areas. And so that's a significant portion of our area. As we get up into the upper watershed, Pine Flats here, we have 2 PG&E reservoirs above us on the North Fork. We have Wishon and Courtright. And then about 80% of our watershed is wild that flows straight into Pine Flat through no other controls. The other aspect of this, if you look at the upper watershed, all these little blue dots on here are either snow sensors or snow courses. Everything above this dark line here is above 6,500 foot elevation. So that's where our snow is accumulated. But as you notice, these colored areas, this red, purple, green, and pink, those are all wilderness. Virtually all of our monitoring network and all of our snow shed is in wilderness. So access to monitoring, access to maintenance of that is very difficult. We also have large distances between some of our measurement points. If you look at this, this is 5 miles or so. This is probably closer to 15 miles distance right here. Also, as you look at this in this watershed, we have, if you treat a snow course as a single point, we only have about 25 to 30 measurement points within the watershed that we're basing 1.5 million acre feet of runoff on those few measurements. If you use the actual individual holes within the snow courses, you're talking 250 to maybe 300 measurement points. Precip gauges are even fewer. The actual precip gauges in the watershed were maybe 10 to a dozen, somewhere in that range. So this data becomes very valuable to us for spatial reasons. Looking at our watershed from a different perspective, here's our highest elevation to our lowest elevation down at about 1,000 feet. And then these are square miles of the watershed. So like the Turlock, we're at about 1,500 square miles. The bulk of our water, the bulk of our snow is above the 6,500 foot line. And if you look, these blue dots are our various snow sensors. So we end up having almost 20% of our snow shed above our highest elevation sensor. So knowing what's going on up there becomes really important. There's a lot of assumptions, as was shown on Turlock's graph, that you kind of expect the snow to continue to increase as you go up, but that's not necessarily what we're finding with this data. So data becoming a real asset in is not all years, but in some years we can have a fairly significant snowpack between the 6,500 foot range and 4,000 foot in some year types. That becomes a fairly large part of the watershed. It can bring a couple 100,000 acre feet of additional runoff into the forecast that's not picked up in our statistical models or our classic forecasts. So that's going to be a real benefit I see coming out of ASO is the data sets that occur on the extremes of elevation, the low elevation and the high elevation. One of the challenges I see is, at least for the Kings, is we're not utilizing ASO products to their full potential. We do not have the full, we don't have physical models that can start to translate the snow water equivalent information of the snowpack into reservoir inflow. We're ultimately a reservoir operator, so we need to know what that reservoir inflow is going to be through the season, volume and timing. We've also really have 2 seasons of full experience with this product. We've gotten some intermittent data over several years that I think will help with development of these physical models and improving our forecasting knowledge. But to date, we really only have 2 complete seasons under our belt. But we've seen great benefit from those couple of years.
Steve, I'll say you don't have it yet, but you're going to have it.
Yep. I know we're headed there. I got to be patient. I want to go, but we're not there yet. So what do we do with this data? How do we utilize this product? Well, right now we're melding this high precision measurement with our traditional tools to give us confidence in making decisions. So we utilize the existing ASO text reports, these elevation band numbers out of their product. We use the ice snowbow outputs. These are very valuable for us as we don't have our own internal modeling. And then we use the traditional data sets. In this case, I'll talk more about this graph in a little bit, but this is a comparison of DWR and RFC data. But so we use that to pull this together. And pulling this data into the traditional statistical models in that. So what are some of our other benefits? It bolsters our current data collection. Currently we're using snow surveys and snow sensors. And as I mentioned, we have a limited number of sites kind of scattered across the basin. It gives us the ability to spread that data and interpret across larger spatial areas. So that's been a real benefit. The other one, and this is where we probably have gained the biggest benefit of it, is narrowing the error bars from current available forecast. So this is going back a few years. I know it says 2020 here, but 2017 was such a stark contrast. All this data is from late May of 2017. The blue bar, so this bottom set of data here is for the Kings River. DWR Bulletin 120, the 90% exceedance, the 10% exceedance. River Forecast Center, 90% exceedance. And on this end, the 10% exceedance. There wasn't even overlap of that data. There's a 500,000 acre-foot spread in late May. We're already running at channel capacity at that time. If we were operating at this point and this upper end really happens, we have a disaster on our hands. We need more confidence in this. Where we've been able to use the ASO data, and we were a beneficiary of the ASO data that was collected on the San Joaquin in this year, an adjacent basin. It was that we utilized that data to give us confidence to bias to operate up into this higher range. And as a result, we're able to make it through with relatively minimal problems in the season for our 3rd wettest year in 120 years worth of record. So the ASO data really has helped us in biasing our decisions. In wet years, in 2017 and 2019, we biased to the higher end. In 2020, it gave us confidence in this other end. So, and I'll talk a little more about that as we move through here. Other benefits, it gives us some maximum runoff potential. So this is a snippet out of one of the IA Snowbow reports. So coming into this year, this is 2020, we're watching through the spring here. This gives us a maximum potential to maybe be thinking about. So as we're getting into March, we've been running through a very dry spell. We're looking at this and going, hey, you know, the potential's up there for around 500,000 acre feet. You know, we had water content of about 520,000 acre feet in this area. Then we fortunately got some storms this year and got us a little better off. But it gives you this ability to set the upper bounds on your limits. With that gave our member units that ultimately make the decisions on how they operate, data by which they could confidently hold off on their operations, delivering limited water supplies during the peak of the season over here in June, July, and August. So again, that time shifting is value, particularly now with energy rates. There's some much higher seasonal peaks now. Some of the historic pumping rates that were available to our growers for groundwater have dramatically changed, and having this surface water supply during the peak of the summer becomes even more valuable than it has been in the past. So a lot of benefit from being able to have confidence from just what the maximum runoff potential is. Other benefits we've used this for is to improve ISO height maps, or also the radar products, the radar accumulation of precip. The Kings, most of the watersheds geographically sheltered from the valley radar. The radar comes out of Hanford here, and there's actually quite a bit of shading. So there's a lot of uncertainty in these accumulations. The ASO data, once we have it, we can really confirm whether the snowpack is there or not. So been a real benefit receiving those confirmations. So again, kind of a quick summary: bolsters data collection, narrowed the error bars, sets current maximum runoff potential, and it really confirms the accumulation of snow. How did that pattern occur in wet years versus dry years? Is it heavier biased to the high elevations, or is the snowpack biased to the lower accumulations? That all goes to timing and volume. I want to talk about some non-typical uses. So one of the things we're wanting to look at, and ARS has been doing some investigation into this on all of the areas, on all the watersheds, but it's been a particular interest to us, is synthetic snow course data. And because most of our courses are in the wilderness, as we've talked about, access can be an issue. We can have weather delays where we can't collect data. And not having the physical models right now, we're still dependent upon those statistical models. We've had equipment failures either through telemetry or equipment failures if we're not able to get a helicopter to get on site, or a sampler breaks on us, or poor sampling conditions where it takes much longer to sample than normal. We may be able to backfill in some courses. And as we ran into this past spring, COVID-19 response, because of limited ability to put people in a helicopter that aren't family members, or some of the backcountry skiing sites, unless you can find a husband and wife couple that's willing to go and can be out for 10 days on one of the longer durations, that synthetic data gives us an instant ability to at least get something out as a water supply forecast. So this is one thing I want to keep looking at a little bit more. And here's a product that ARS, USDA ARS has been putting out. They looked at this year. This is specifically for a Kings. They've got another one that has about 70 courses. And this is, there's a lot of work going on here, but I think there's some interesting aspects that can come out of this. It's still a work in process. But bottom line for DWR, for KRWA, under our current tool sets, we've been able to make confident decisions about 2 to 4 weeks earlier. So in in 2017, we started releases, like I said, flood releases about 2 to 4 weeks earlier than we probably would have with traditional tools. That resulted in about 75,000 acre feet of water being maintained in the service area, which goes directly to groundwater recharge. And as I noted, a lot of our area is, our municipal areas are solely dependent on groundwater supplies. So it has some direct benefits to the disadvantaged communities and the folks that are having challenging water supplies. In dry years, it provides earlier water supply projections and allows optimization of water supply timing. We saw that this year. Again, we were able to give folks projections about a month earlier than we would have otherwise. In wet years, again, that increased precision of data gives us better timing of flood releases, lower peak volumes, so we can get a more stable flow out through our flood control systems. With encroachment, sedimentation, subsidence, other challenges that are occurring in our downstream flood control systems, this has a huge benefit in having lower peak volumes or peak release rates. Better controlled filling reservoirs, maximizing water supply. Again, if we can bank water in our groundwater, that's where future storage is going to be. We're not going to be building any new storage in the San Joaquin Valley within the next 2 decades, likely, at the earliest. And then it also captures this high and low snow data that's missed by our current networks. As Wes mentioned, how much snows at Aunt Sue's cabin at 4,000 feet? It's kind of hard to run a reservoir based on that information, but we have done that. So I see a lot of benefits there. Looking forward real quick for 2021, we're looking at probably 2 flights. Hopefully we can get another 1 or 2 squeezed in there, but finance is pending. And these are taking about 12 hours for flight survey time. And Tom, if I got that wrong, feel free to knock me up alongside the head. So we've got a fair amount of effort in collecting data. But really the big hurdle I see going forward, and it's something we got to knock out, is ASO in California is at a critical point. It's proven itself as a valuable tool. We need the data. We need the dollars to keep the process moving forward. We've built great momentum through the program. The intro that Tom gave showing this 10 years of history has really built a lot of momentum. If we can't get good, stable funding, that's really in jeopardy. So I encourage everyone to talk to their various legislators, elected officials, and really keep working on this effort. The data really does have a lot more value coming through the public agencies than the end water users, in my opinion. The other thing about ASO, it's a lot bigger than just snow surveys or water supply or environment or flood forecasting. All these groups tend to work in their own silos, and there's really cross benefits to all of these groups. And so to the extent we can pull all these groups together, get them looking at this collectively, we have huge value there. And again, we can't fail to launch this in 2021 and keep it moving, keep the momentum going that we've developed. And with that, hopefully I kept that within the time you were looking for, and I'm open to any questions.
Wonderful. Thanks, Steve. That was really great. I think we're running a little short on time, but I'll squeeze in one quick question from Liz on the chat. Steve and or Matt, approximately how much of the watershed or the upper watershed has been impacted by the Castle fire to date?
We are lucky on the Castle fire. That's only about 15 to 20,000 acres.
We're in the Creek fire zone.
Right.
The Creek fire is about 15 to 20,000. The Creek is north of us, almost exclusively in the San Joaquin.
So we're about I think about 15 to 20,000 acres, but that is in kind of the northwest portion of Dinky Creek and West Kings, are some of our sub-basin names that we use within the program, and that's all unimpaired inflow to Pine Flat. So there's no control structures. So we'll see how that goes, but it's really high up in those sub watersheds. But it's something for us to be looking at for sure.
And I'm wondering what's happening. So we had the shift to northwest winds, and that then targets you guys, but hopefully that'll remain at a minimum.
Yeah, this after the creek fire has been under pretty good control for several weeks now, and so as long as it doesn't kick up or jump any of the containment lines,
yeah,
keep fingers crossed.
Okay, excellent. Let's move on to our next speaker. We have Marco Bell. He's a water resource engineer at the Merced Irrigation District, and he'll be talking about the benefits of ASO in the Merced.
Thank you. Let me see if I can share my screen. Okay, I guess we're set here. Let me pop it up. So thank you. I think you heard Wes, Olivia, Steve, and Matt talk a lot about how to take everything from ASO to operations. I think that is our challenge for this year. And to me, there's a communication gap even of understanding how to do that or what we're talking. AS is very research oriented, very smart, very intelligent, and we at operations, you know, we have enough hard time trying to figure out how to get water from point A to point B. So I'm trying to close that gap between everybody and work with our FCO people and all our partner agencies and try to figure out what's the best approach for this. And after a short conversation with Tom, I decided to follow a PhD program. So I'm blaming Tom for that. and hopefully that's going to help with this. I'm not at you guys' level with that, but I have been around since 1987, I guess I said earlier. So here we have some of the benefits that I see right away. First of all, you got a distributed grid model. I think that's very important because it tends itself to be integrated into our MIDH2O model. We have a symposium once a year. We're probably going to have one after Thanksgiving. We mentioned, I think Olivia mentioned high altitude data. And that's very critical because we don't have anything above 8,000 feet. Our basin goes above 10,000 feet. So how do we close that gap? A lot of the water comes from those high altitudes, especially during wet years. They pile up, and my models couldn't figure out, you know, how to calibrate. No matter what we did in calibration, we couldn't get enough water put into the basin as runoff. And I think it's because we don't have the data right, the input data right up in those high elevations. So hopefully this is going to help. There was a calibration question before, you know, and we basically look at our SWE data or parameters, you know, soil parameters for snow melt by kind of like after the fact of some event, looking at the April to June runoff, because we can measure our runoff. It's hard to measure SWE everywhere, but we can measure runoff at the edge checker reservoir. And then we kind of back calibrate that a little bit for that. There's a lot of benefits in terms of the results and what do we do with the numbers once we collect them as above. One of them is water supply reliability. We're able to use storage, enhance our storage capacity, knowing how much is going to be coming in the future. And that forecast, we can reduce the variability of that forecast, which allow us, you know, as managers of operations to release less water, release more water, or better optimize the use of the reservoir. It does come important during droughts because not only do we need to know how much water is out there when we have flood, but also probably more valuable when there's very little snow. We want to know, can we get an extra 50 acre feet or 100 acre feet out of the snow melt? And of course, you got your ARs coming in there. We got flow control operations. And one of the big things about ARs is they're usually warm water, of course, storms that are coming in all the way, from the west. They're very long, sometimes high duration, but always high intensity and warm temperatures. When those water hits the snowpack, we got, as Wes stated, potential disaster downstream. So we have to get that right. And we have to know how much of the this AR water is going to, mix with our snowpack. We, as many have said, we get more water as runoff when this kind of events, on snowmelt than the Amazon releases discharge into the ocean. So we're talking huge numbers here. And of course, to get a handle on that, this distributed gridded approach based on aerial photography is actually an improvement over lump models that we had in the past. This is our Merced basin, and I'm only showing the Merced as opposed to the Merced and the stream group. Our basin is actually double the size of what you see here in green, but the green is what's impacted by snow. And you can kind of, if you look real hard, you can kind of see how the black subbasins, black delineated subbasins are inside the green. And that's kind of how we look at it when we look like a lump basin, looking at different type of models. But we transitioned from that into a more of a gridded base. We got 500 kilometer grids, I believe, or 500 meter grids. I'm sorry, 500 kilometers. See, this is where I need more education. So, and these grids are actually individually, we can get SWE data from that out of the products that ASO produces or CAP produces. So what do we do next? We have this model that's gridded. We use the snowmelt modeling within MIDH2O, and we got all this data. These are elevation bands. We can take these elevations and multiply each elevation band by the area, so we can get a real quick analysis of how much SWE is there. That doesn't give you runoff, but at least it gets you a little bit of what's there at the different elevations. And know that, you see things here above the 10,000 foot level. We're not going to get that out of point data. So this is our challenge. How do we get the ASO SWE gridded data into MIDH2O and then use that in real time? So we have a process where we now can read the data that CAP puts out, and we can go through an FTP site or a web page, download it, process it, and then we can run our model based as inputs from the snow data. And we haven't did it last year because there was some issues with the grid, implementing the grid to match ours. And we're getting there this year. So I'm hoping that this year we're going to be able to run that and be able to produce a runoff forecast, be able to produce real-time operations, be able to update the snow, every time you guys do a flight. So what kind of products can you get? This is kind of some of the products we did before. I don't, there's going to be an MIDH2O run with ASO data. So we're going to be able to look at what's happening in the future with the ASO inputs and running our models. And hopefully we can do that next year. And we're going to be able to take a look, okay, what's happening with the models, and how are we performing. We had some issues with our own models with probability distributions. The hydrology we used was not exactly correct. And you can kind of see here because our variability when it comes to the runoff forecast was like, oh, we know what we're doing, but in reality we don't. We had the wrong hydrology. So we're perfecting some of our issues. You saw these graphs before with the other people. The actual number was around 337 on this one for this year. But I think it was closer to 300 because of some of the differences that we're not capturing in the models right now. Here where ASO makes a difference. You heard a lot of talk about, we have to make decisions in real-time operations. In 1987, we had, two big peaks. and they both were snow melt related. And the question is, for example, where I had the big red arrow on the first peak is, do we have capacity to go up higher, not release flows downstream? Okay. In this case, they decided no. I wanted to stay a little longer, maybe hold another 50,000 acre feet. And why did I want to do that? Because I had the ASO data also, things like that that you can look at. If we have the ASO data integrated with our models, then we can do more to have more resilient decisions that are actually backed by management, and we don't have to second guess ourselves. This is very critical because this is where the real benefits are. If we end up if we would have kept that water, we could have used it in May for irrigation. But we release it down the river, we release it down the stream because our models are just not that precise yet. We don't have the confidence in the models that we need to have. And we didn't have the ASO data integrated on a gridded basis with our models. To me, this is a crutch of everything. We have to be able to take your data, put it in our models in real time, and then have an increased confidence on our operation results and the variability that we have when we make our decisions. So I want to try to be quick here. You can see all the acknowledgements, and I added UC Merced because they're not helping me with develop some of these techniques for losses and things like that. But everybody else, thank you, the operators and everybody, DWR with the SEO program, of course, the ASO team, and then thank you. Any questions?
Great. Thank you, Marco. That was great.
Marco, I can't wait to see your PhD.
I'm not even there yet. I'm still taking the classes stuff, but yeah, but thank you for being on the team. I appreciate that. And that's moving forward.
Excellent.
I'm not seeing any questions. Does anyone have any questions from the panel? If not, we could move on. Thanks, Marco. That was really great. Okay. Next up, we have Chad Moore, who's the Restoration Flows and Science Coordinator, and we have Emily Thomas, who's a hydraulic engineer at the Bureau of Reclamation, the San Joaquin River Restoration Program. Take it away, Chad and Emily.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kat. Can I, I'm assuming you can see my screen. I'm going to go video off. I've got some limited bandwidth in my house as my wife is also on a presentation at the moment.
We can see your screen just fine.
Thank you. Okay, so the San Joaquin sits just south of Wes's and Olivia and Marco's territory and just north of Steve and Matt's territory. It's a snow-dominated watershed, very similar in size and behavior to. What could be so hard about managing water in a snow-dominated watershed like the San Joaquin? And we take a look at our forecast graph here.
Is Chad very quiet?
We lost you.
Chad.
I can kind of hear him.
I know, he seems very quiet. And now I think we may have lost Chad.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he's dropped off there. We'll give him a sec to rejoin, I think. And
Can
maybe.
you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. I might stop my video to help Chad with his bandwidth there.
Yeah.
Okay, let me try this again.
Excellent.
Okay.
There we go. We see you.
All right, you see my forecast graph there of the 2019?
Yes, we do.
Okay. So we've got, taking a look at 2019, we've got, the squiggly lines from the CNRFC runoff forecast. We've got the squares from the DWR forecast. And then down below in the gray line, we have the trace of the actual unimpaired runoff. And in the background, then you can see the storm. So in a snow-dominated watershed, you're of this gap of your runoff and what you're. In the case of Millerton, the terminal reservoir.
Hey, Chad. Chad, I think, I'm not sure if it's your microphone or a headset, but there's a gap. Likewise, there's some quantum gap in there where we can hear you and then we can't hear you. But we can kind of hear you when we can't hear you.
Okay, let me try something different. How's this?
That's good so far.
So far, so good.
Okay, so I'm talking about this gap here that makes it so difficult to manage a snow-dominated watershed because there's a lag. There's a lag between when you receive precipitation and when it actually comes out of the watershed. So let's think about this uncertainty. We've got uncertainty plotted here over the 2020 year is this very large, wide, shaded area spanning between the 10% and 90% exceedance. So 4 to 5 times it's going to be in between this. In the 2020 year, you see where we bottom. So at any given point, say February 1st, we have 2 kinds of uncertainty. The uncertainty over present conditions, what has led up to where we are right now in the watershed, and uncertainty over the future conditions. As we go forward in time, there is less future uncertainty, and then this shifts to what is uncertainty over. You have a storm, but you don't know how big that storm was or exactly how. Very little precipitation ahead of you, and then it's all just a matter of what is the uncertainty over. How's the audio going?
You're still cutting out intermittently. I think we're following, but there are some gaps.
It might work to try and call in, and that way the audio at least wouldn't be through internet. Is that a possibility?
All right.
Should we read the phone number to you?
Yes, go for it.
Liz, do you have that immediately handy?
Yes. Or I can drop it. I think I can drop it in the chat. There we go. Can you see that in the chat there?
Right. I tell you what.
Can we read it to him?
Yeah, I can't see the chat when I'm presenting here.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize that. Okay.
Yeah. Do you want me to just take the last slot, or do you want me to continue going? Because it'll take me a couple minutes here to pull up my email because I quit everything else.
No. We can read it. We can read you the phone number.
Yeah, we can read it to you. Let's keep
You got
going.
your phone handy, Chad?
Go for it.
669 900 6833. It's no stress. I believe everybody on this call has had a similar issue in the last 8 months.
And what's the meeting ID?
895 3659 3486.
Okay, I've joined as an attendee. Can you unblock the 831 number?
Yes, gotcha. I think you just have to unmute yourself and you'll be all set. All right.
I think you should be good to go.
Yep.
I can't hear you yet, Chad.
No,
Yeah,
me neither.
there.
All right, how do you hear me now?
Yay, we got you.
Well echoed.
Okay, got it.
Yay.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay, sorry. So we're going to try, we're talking about water budgets here. So within a watershed, we have a characteristic aspect of a watershed based on geology, topography, vegetation, and climate. So watersheds behave as a relative predictable unit. Each one is a little bit different than the other. All our water managers here on the phone sort of understand our particular watershed because it has these characteristics. So there's the bulk of hydrology research has been looking at small scale interactions, like breaking this down into what's going on in the soils and the vegetation, in the snow, at the bottom of the snow layer. This is great research, but it can then be really complicated to extrapolate this over a bigger watershed. And we end up chasing sort of smaller and smaller minutia. The approach that we're trying here is to back completely away from that and treat the entire watershed as a black box, as an aggregated unit. Let's observe what runoff occurs from a given snowpack, and let's basically produce a simple model, a lumped model. So most of these factors that control watershed runoff production don't change except for vegetation after a fire. Now we have 4 years of ASO data in the San Joaquin watershed. So we have a good understanding of the then present conditions, that part of the uncertainty that is taking you up into the given point in the season. And because we have accurate SWE data, we should really be revisiting water budgets because they can be a really powerful tool that prior to the advent of ASO and some of this modeling have been a problem for water budgeting. So a water budget works just like a cash budget that you might have on a given month in your home. If you're halfway through the month and you haven't spent half your money for the month, you maybe can afford to go out to a restaurant. So you're simply tracking revenue. In this case, it's like snowmelt and rainfall with expenditures, which is runoff. That is the water budget in a simple way. So the water budget we built is updated and gives a new result every time there's an updated snowpack or precipitation data. If you want to think of this as a model, it's like a lumped parameter model with 14 pixels, each pixel being an elevation band. The intent of taking this route was we wanted something that was easy and real time. And I estimate it takes about 15 minutes a week to feed this Excel model and keep it going. So it's very simple. Diagramming this out, we basically have 2 input parameters up into the present. We have the snowpack SWE articulated by elevation band, and then we have the unimpaired runoff to date. In the future, we have basin-wide precipitation and base flow, that amount of water that would come out of the watershed, whether there was no precipitation at all or not. As we move into the future, this basin precipitation input parameter and the base flow parameter move from the right side over to the left side and become part of the condition up into present. In developing this model, I came to understand that there's something else here too, and that there is water that's in transition, runoff that's in transition. So imagine a snowpack melts, that water first is at the bottom of the snow, then it moves through the soil, and it moves through the soil into the groundwater, and then maybe reemerges at a stream channel down at the bottom. So there's a certain a lag, essentially. Just because snow is melted doesn't mean it has made it into a reservoir or past a gauge to be counted. And then the black box in the middle is our runoff ratio. I'm going to explain that. That's basically the conversion, the efficiency, the yield of the watershed. Well, 100 drops come in and how many come out. A little bit more about the data input on up into the present. We can use any SWE distribution by elevation band. ASO is considered to be the most precise and accurate. iSnowbell works great. Real-time SWE from CU Boulder works well also. And then the unimpaired inflow to date is simply available from any reservoir manager. And we just need that SWE data banded by elevation. Water in transition. So each day's input of surface water has its own runoff regression. So as you go through time, that water is going to drain slowly out of the watershed. So you can think of each daily contribution of water to the watershed as its own hydrologic regression. So we can estimate this by coming up with a recursive function that looks at how much water is coming out and realizing that some of the water that we see in today's unimpaired runoff, some of it's coming from yesterday, a little bit less is coming from snowmelt 2 days before, and an even smaller fraction is coming from snowmelt 3 or 4 days before. And you have to basically estimate that and add that back in. So I built these 5 recursive curves from a very sort of generous one at the A curve to a meager one at the E curve. The C is sort of the default. And we use this to estimate how much water is in transition. That snow melt, that water that has been removed from the snowpack that has not yet made it past a gauge or into a reservoir. And on the right side of the equation, we had these 2 factors. We had precipitation and base flow. Precipitation, we take estimates of basin-wide precipitation from CNRFC or another modeling source. And then distribute that by elevation according to one of these, again, 5 curves that are shown there on the bottom right. Base flow is simply how much water we assume from groundwater is going to be entering the creek. We assume that to be 175 CFS in 2020. It's going to vary a bit based on antecedent conditions. And then finally, runoff ratios. This idea, I credit to Matt Meadows. He was talking about how he thinks runoff efficiency works in the Kings. And I realized that this is a logistical growth function. So I built these curves, again, user selectable curves from sort of a +5 to -5. So there's actually 11 curves here that show what the runoff efficiency is for each elevation band. Okay, so these are lumping all the factors that we normally break out. They lump sublimation, evapotranspiration, soil moisture conditions, groundwater recharge into simply one family of curves. So I'll give you a sneak peek of what I'm going to present at the DWR Cooperative Snow Conference here. But when we look at which curve matches the 2017 wettest year, or second or third wettest year in 120 years, we see that it's basically near the top, comes in really near that +5 curve. 2020 came in pretty close to the bottom because it was a very dry year. And both 2019 and 2018 had nearly identical curves, somewhat in the middle. And what this is telling us is that there's a lot of influence of antecedent moisture conditions, right? 2018 was a below median year, but followed this very wet 2017. So it had a modest runoff efficiency curve. Whereas 2019 was a fairly wet year, not record breaking, but decently wet, and was only a modest year because it followed a dry year. So this is capturing the antecedent conditions in this curve. Notice that the curves, like at the lowest elevations, are only about 5% efficient. So you would only expect 5% of the runoff at the lowest elevations in a dry year. And on the opposite side, in the wetter curves at the high elevations, we're estimating in its water budget model runoffs of about 93%. So some of you may think 93%, that's ridiculous. 93% doesn't even like take into account all of the sublimation that occurs from the snow. And that's true. But again, this is a lumped model. So I give you 3 pictures here of snow melt in the San Joaquin, and you realize that this could be the 2020 year, or it could be any other year. The snow tends to melt in predictable patterns. And so when you are melting the high elevation snow, you also have those nivation hollows, those north slopes at the lower elevations that still have snow that are very saturated and are producing very close to 100% runoff efficiency. Basically in line with the variable source area concept, if you remember hydrology class in college. So the point here is that this is a scale-dependent aggregated model. You cannot take the results of this model and infer anything at a smaller scale, because it's dependent on all of these interactions that are basically a black box in the watershed. We don't have to know what they are, we just have to know that they're predictable. So some results of this. I'll give you the 2020 results here. So these are retrospective results. So in all cases here, what I'm showing you, I'm stepping you through the season, but I'm doing it in a retrospective way because I already know how much precipitation fell at all times during the season. So I've removed that forward-looking uncertainty. So we're only looking at the uncertainty of predicting runoff. So we had an ASO flight on the 15th, immediately after peak snowpack on the 13th of April. And then we had the ice snowball data a week and a half later. And we can see that these numbers are fairly similar. And we start out with a guess. We say, well, it's kind of a dry year, so we know we're not going to be a wet curve. So we think the wettest it might possibly be is that middle curve, curve 0, and the driest it might possibly be is that curve -5. So you have a fairly wide range. In this case, ASO is telling us it's somewhere between 792 and 1055. Ice snowball is a little bit drier because of the way it handles snow at high elevation. So we don't know a whole bunch at this point until we get to a second data set. So we have another data set on May 5th from ASO, and then a few days later, an ice snowball data set. And we can immediately tell that curve 0, all those numbers are getting drier. So from ASO to ASO, from the 15th to the 5th, that number dropped a lot. So that is not a realistic curve. On the extreme right side, we look at curve -5, and ASO went from 792 to 819. So if our water budget is working correctly, these numbers should be the same, but instead they're trending one direction or another. So just by getting the second flight, we can omit curve 0, -1, and -5, and narrow it down to these intermediate curves. So by May 5th, we're pretty certain that we're somewhere between curve -2 and curve -4 on the drier side, of course, of the soil moisture and runoff efficiencies. And our range is only about ±5%. So this is just with 2 sets of data, we've already beaten CNRFC and DWR in terms of our rear-looking uncertainty. Again, forward-looking, there is no forward-looking uncertainty in this. Let's get one more flight here. Now we're going to look at the May 23rd flight, and now we can further narrow it between curve -3 and curve -4. Now we have an uncertainty of ±1.5%. And all I'm doing here is you look at those numbers. All right, so let's look at the first ASO number at curve -3, 897. Then the second ASO number, curve -3, was 874. And then the third one on May 23rd was 898. Notice that the ASO number went down for the second flight and then went back up to nearly the same number that it did in April. And this is where corresponding with the ASO Inc. team, understanding that their density estimates on the May 5th flight had greater uncertainty, and they thought that, well, there was some uncertainty. It might be that they underestimated the snowpack. And then you start to get a really good idea of where we sit once you get 3 flights. You can also compare ice snowbow to ice snowbow, and you can do the same operation that way. And again, conclude that our runoff efficiencies are somewhere between this -3 and this -4 curve. And then one more flight on June 8th confirms, we're seeing all of these numbers sort of stabilize out. We know that we're somewhere between these two values of 885 and 890. So if we draw a straight line interpretation to all these numbers, the model says, we're predicting 888 TAF, and our actual TAF was 886. So 0.2% off. So all we're doing here is we're creating a set of assumptions with these logistical growth curves and tracking progress. And we simply track what the model predicts, see what's actually happening, adjust that curve. You can adjust the curve in fine increments. You could say curve 3.2 or whatever. And we track that, and this is how we're able to get some pretty accurate numbers. So in conclusion, a water budget approach is likely to work in other Sierra Nevada watersheds that have granite geology, that have pretty high levels of runoff efficiency. I built this model with few knobs to turn intentionally. There's not a lot of user control because I want to be able to tune this across a small number of years. And indeed, I feel like we've just got it tuned up with 4 years of data. Of course, with the creek fire, it's going to throw that into a bit of disarray. But the smaller number of knobs you have, the faster you'll be able to learn how the model behaves. And like I said, I'll be presenting this at next month's meeting. A couple of things that we're looking at doing for this model to make it a little bit better. Right now, the precipitation is distributed across each elevation band for the entire year. We'd like to be able to customize the elevation distribution for each storm event. We'd like better estimates of basin-wide precipitation, so we're looking at a couple of options besides what is available from CNRFC. I think this was maybe mentioned earlier. Wouldn't it be great if we could go back and look at SWE from past years? And indeed, we might be trying to do that. We are going to be trying to do this with CU Boulder to do some SWE reconstructions using satellite imagery. And then it's also possible that the selection of which runoff curve can be automated, essentially using an autonomous differential equation. So the wetter it gets, the wetter the curve is selected. So those are just a few ideas I had. Thank you for your patience with the technical issues. See if anyone has any questions that can be repeated to me since I can't see them.
Thank you for pushing ahead with your technological problems, Chad. That was great.
Hey, Kat, I'm gonna jump in and just thank Chad for getting us to this point. He's been promising for some time. I've got a bad echo. There we go. Chad, you've been promising this for a while now, and it's really exciting to see you rolling this out. Nice work.
Thanks.
Absolutely. I'm not seeing any questions here. So we might move on to, actually we've got one here. Okay, Liz, you can have a question. I'll read it out to you, Chad. Chad, we collected high fidelity LiDAR immediately before the creek fire in Mariposa, Madera, and Fresno counties, up to about 8,500 feet. Perhaps it might be helpful to look at sweep changes with fire.
Yeah. It is going to, I mean, we're expecting that we'd have more rapid runoff and perhaps initially some higher runoff efficiencies in that area. It is going to be very interesting to see how this water budget behaves now that it is seemingly fairly well tuned after 4 years, how it's going to break next year. I'm really curious to find out and excited because I think it's going to teach us something, but it's also not going to work as well.
It'll just make your model more robust, Chad. Okay.
We are working towards getting the funding together for a refly of that area post fire, which hopefully will be soon, for a multitude of reasons, not least of which the smoke that's been over here in Mammoth for the last 2 months.
So Chad, I was going to say that we've already seen a bunch of streams and springs start running that normally don't run this time of year because of reduced DET in the area. So it'll be interesting how that affects short-term water yield.
Yeah, that is interesting. Thank you.
That's great. Okay, let's keep the ball rolling. We have the Mono Lake Committee. We've got Robbie Paolo. He's part of the restoration team. And I think Peter Vorster will also be speaking. He's a hydrologist from the Mono Lake Committee. And so they're on the eastern side of the Sierras, so we're getting a slightly different perspective. Okay, take it away.
Yeah, this is, oh, Robbie, are you going to hand it over to me?
Yeah, 1 second here, sorry.
Okay. Yeah, my name is Peter Vorster. I'm going to be tag teaming with Robbie and Paolo. I'm a consultant for the last 42 years to the Mono Lake Committee on hydrology and water management. Robbie is the restoration field tech and GIS and data analyst, and who did much of the bringing this all together. And I want to give a shout out with the contributions that we got from Greg Reese, the Mono Lake Committee restoration specialist, and my colleague at the Bay Institute, staff scientist there. My day job is at the Bay Institute, and we work closely with Chad on the San Joaquin River restoration program and implementation of that settlement. So I'm lucky to work with such, I mean, the Chad's presentation got my brain going for how we might apply some of what he's doing over there into the Mono Basin. So we can, Robbie, yeah, thank you. The 3 parts to this presentation, I'll give the first part on what the forecasting needs and challenges are and what ASO data we have procured in the Mono Basin. Robbie will talk about the Mill Creek forecasting challenges and how ASO we think can fit into improving the forecast there. And then lastly, we keep hearing about the benefits from the previous presentations who are actually have incorporated ASO into their forecasting and operations. We are on the cusp of that. So it's really, we're lucky to be able to have the predecessors and their processes to learn from. Next slide. So most of you, I think, know where the Mono Basin is. It's actually, we're very fortunate to have a high elevation snowpack, mainly above 9,000 feet. That means we're, you know, our sensors and snow surveys are getting much of the snowpack, but we'll get into what some of the challenges are. So the basin is a hydrologically closed basin. Most of the runoff is generated by snowmelt from the Sierra, as I said, primarily above 9,000. And as most of you know, much of that runoff was previously exported to Los Angeles via the Owens River and the LA Aqueduct. Next slide to just show we're 250 miles north of Los Angeles, but essentially Los Angeles watershed, the northern terminus of their aqueduct watershed is in the Mono Basin. But as I said, right next to the San Joaquin where we can learn. We have the 5 major creeks, but well, the 2 biggest are Rush and Lee Vining Creek, Parker and Walker. Those are what we call the DWP streams. Mill Creek is what we call the SCE stream. Next slide. So SCE, Southern California Edison, a hydropower producer, has reservoirs, 7 reservoirs altogether in the upper watershed, and hydro plants downstream at around 700 to 7,800 feet. And then DWP's gauging stations are actually downstream of those. And the forecast that DWP makes is at that pour point at their gauging stations. And they manage the flows for both the stream flow releases to get water into Mono Lake, along with exporting fixed amounts to Los Angeles. And the Mono Lake Committee's interest area is the whole watershed. Next slide. So why are we, the Mono Lake Committee, and as I say, I'm a consultant in the Mono Lake Committee for the last 42 years, what is our direct involvement in the forecasting? In the Mill Creek watershed, we have been tasked, we have a responsibility to work with Southern California Edison, where Robbie and I are forecasting the Mill Creek runoff and developing an annual operations plan with SCE. You'll hear a lot more about that when Robbie talks. In the DWP watershed, there's a license requirement to manage the year type dependent stream ecosystem flows, as well as Grant Reservoir. And in the pending license update, there's a formal process that's incorporated in the license to work collaboratively with DWP, Fish and Wildlife, State Water Board appointed stream scientists. We've actually been doing this process actually for quite a, 25 plus years. We've been working collaboratively with DWP, with their forecasters, with their environmental team to manage these flows. Next slide. Well, we also fortunately have, between the work I've done and my colleague Greg Reese, and now Robbie, and the newest member of the team, over 100 years of experience in observing and forecasting Mono Basin runoff. This was just from a couple of weeks ago, a week ago, I guess. And the resource managers in the basin rely on us for that collective expertise. Next slide. So what do we have to work with in the Mono Basin? Well, we have snow sensors and snow pillows. Well, actually, we only have one snow sensor, which is at Gem Pass, but we have several courses in Lee Vining Creek, as you can see, and a couple one in Rush Creek. Our challenge is that in Mill Creek and Parker and Walker, but Mill Creek in particular, which is, again, you'll hear about more from Robbie, we don't have any snow courses or sensors. And then our only snow sensor at Gem Pass has, in the last 10 years or so in particular, has been under measuring it. We also have no snow course surveys after the April 1 anymore. In this, that stopped about 20 years or so ago. And but the challenge is that we need these May forecasts for adjusting the year types for the stream ecosystem flows. Next slide. So these year types, as some of you have to work with in your basins, prescribe both base flows and, in the case of the Mono Basin, the stream ecosystem flows that peak in the snowmelt period. So the initial April forecast determines the year type, and we're not perfect. Los Angeles has long history of data to work with and developing their statistical models. In the last 20 years, it's not a shock to, we have had deviations from the forecast. And so in 2003, it under forecast, 2008, it over forecasted. This year, we're seeing the quite a bit of an over forecast, but that is reflects both the fact that the forecast did incorporate the early April storms. So what this means when we we need those May forecasts to try and hopefully adjust and confirm or change the year type. The problem with an over forecast, it may lead to low grant storage levels, which may impact stream temperature stream temperatures, and then at times it potentially could the low reservoir levels could limit the fixed exports to Los Angeles. Next slide. I mentioned we have this misalignment between Gem Pass snow sensor and snow course. And I want to give a shout out to DWR. My understanding is despite the COVID, they've made a point of getting up there to try and recalibrate the snow sensor. And hopefully we aren't going to see these deviations in the future. But we'll see. The focus has always been on for the SCE and DWP on seasonal forecast. That's we get the monthly forecast through April. There's also benefits and utility to doing short-term snowmelt forecasts, and that has benefits not only for the stream ecosystem flows to try and shape them to mimic the natural hydrograph template. But as we've seen both on all the watersheds, but particularly Rush Creek and in Mill Creek, having these short-term forecasts and knowing when your reservoirs are going to spill, and when you're, in the case of Rush Creek, dealing with seismic limits on storage, having short-term forecasts, I think, will be beneficial. In 2017, Southern California Edison had to go to great efforts to bring in pumps to pump water out of their reservoirs because they knew there was a high snowpack coming at them. Similarly, as I said, knowing when the reservoirs are going to peak and spill, better we can manage the stream flow releases. One of our challenges is that we don't have daily unimpaired runoff to work with right now in Rush and Levine Creek. And we're working with SCE to hopefully acquire that data, because that's going to be key to calibrating our short-term forecasts and being more nimble. Fortunately, we have an ASO data set to start working with as courtesy of DWR and NASA. We were able to procure ASO data in the 2015 through 2017 years, and fortunately, the Mono Basin is on the, adding those flight lines while they're getting the Merced and Tuolumne is incrementally not that big of a deal. Next slide. As I said, we had in the 2015 to 2017 period, we've had 13 ASO flights and processed data to give us SWE volumes in the Rush and Levine Creek. In 2020, thank you to ASO Inc. For at least flying all the watersheds, including Mill Creek and Parker and Walker. The data has not been processed yet. We thought the funding was going to be there, but then COVID hit. So we're working on it. We're working on it. From the 2017 data, Robbie was able to take that data, disaggregate it into sub-watersheds. It was just the beginning of the analysis that with the data we have, we're working with it. Next slide. We presented some of our analysis in the 2017 workshop, looking at the changes in the 2015, 2016, 2017 period. Extremely dry, extremely wet, and something a little below medium. A lot more, we're working on runoff ratios and Chad's presentation in terms of runoff ratios in granite watersheds versus metamorphic. We've got that going for us in the Mono Basin. We've got Rush Creek mainly granite, Levining and Rush being kind of mixed, Levining and Mill being mixed. Lots of questions from the data that we've already procured, but one of them is the really fundamental question for all people who use ASO and who aren't backcountry skiers. I think, you know, I don't know if it's something that's required, but those of us who I've worked with know that the more you can get into the backcountry, the better. And so, Robbie, I know you're going to learn how to backcountry ski, but now please present what you and well, all of us working with SCE were able to do in 2020 in Mill Creek.
Great, thanks, Peter. So I wanted to present to this group first. Can you guys hear me okay? I'll take that as a yes.
Yes, yes, you're all great.
Great. So I wanted to present to this group the work that we've done on Mill Creek and how ASO could greatly improve its water management. So just a little more background on Mill Creek. It's the only one of the 5 major Mono Lake tributaries that was never diverted to City of Los Angeles, but it still did suffer from excessive diversions beyond what is otherwise allowable by the water rights. So as part of our work with SCE on Mill Creek, Peter and I have been tasked with developing the runoff forecast methodology for Mill Creek, as well as developing a water accounting and management model. So the runoff forecast for Mill Creek needs to be fairly accurate in terms of both seasonal runoff timing and runoff magnitude, because Mill Creek water rights are determined directly by daily unimpaired runoff. So the timing and magnitude of the runoff will dictate how much water is available to the water right holders. And the water right holders have interests ranging from seasonal irrigation to waterfowl pond management to riparian habitat management and other resource considerations. So an accurate forecast fed into the accounting model gives water right holders the best picture of what to expect and how best to strategize the use of their water. The challenge is that there are no snow courses or snow sensors in the Mill Creek watershed, as Peter mentioned. So we have to rely on neighboring and adjacent surveys, the forecasts to infer snowpack and runoff from Mill Creek. And notably this year, there was a lot of variation with the data available. Watersheds to the north of Mill Creek were looking drier, and watersheds to the west and south were looking wetter. So part of the challenge was blending this information with analog years on Mill Creek. So using a blend of 4 analog years, we forecasted a runoff of 58% with a peak runoff in early June. But as you can see by the observed runoff hydrograph, melting and peak runoff occurred earlier than we had forecasted in April. So we had to, that resulted in altered timing and magnitude of water available to the water right holders. So in early May, we had to start adjusting our forecast to accommodate the earlier peak runoff timing. And we were able to do so by identifying first that 1992 was the best analog year. And we were able to confirm rapid depletion of snow in the Tuolumne thanks to the May 7th ASO flight. And we're also visually tracking snow coverage in Lundy Canyon as shown by the photos below. And we were tracking snow depth and sweep changes in neighboring watersheds. This process required, updating the model multiple times per week in some instances. And we think that if we had ASO SWE volumes as well as iSnowval runoff forecasts, the process could have been more efficient, more accurate, and requiring less adjustments. So that's just a snapshot of the work we're doing on Mill Creek. And so I'll pass that back to Peter to wrap up with the next steps of ASO in the Mono Basin.
Thank you, Robbie. We notice we're sprinting in our presentation in part because we do not want to be between you and your refrigerator or lunchbox since we're running a little behind. However, we just have a few more slides. One of the things I want to just right off say that as much as we've heard and the benefits of ASO and the other the Western Sierra watersheds, and I will make the case that we would get a lot of benefits in the Mono Basin. I think we all realize, and it's just that the ASO program will supplement and be integrated into what we're already doing. In our case, the in situ and adjacent watershed data that we have available, the work and the experience that from what we heard this morning has been very valuable. I work closely with Chad and his group in learning how they have integrated ASO into San Joaquin. We have, in the last 30 years, have really done, I think, a good job of being able to forecast short-term peaks based upon temperatures during the snowmelt season, specifically, looking at minimum temperatures. So all those observations don't go away. No, it's just a question of how do we integrate that. And I guess I forgot to say at the very beginning, I am an ASO true believer. I'll admit that. When I first saw the first presentations, I guess it was in 2013 from the Tuolumne, I saw immediately the potential of this, and I brought it to my colleagues at Friant Water Authority and the Bureau and said, this is the future. We gotta get on this bandwagon. I want to give credit to Friant Water Authority, and then when Chad came in 2015, he dove right in, and I cannot say enough good things about both Friant and Chad and just embracing ASO and not only using it in the San Joaquin, but then readily sharing the knowledge, as we just saw from Chad. And I think the water budget approach may have some possibilities in the Mono Basin. So as I said, our challenge is to systematically and rigorously integrate ASO with SCEs and DWP's forecasting methods, their existing forecasting methods, with the experience and forecasting knowledge that we all have in the Mono Basin. So one of the first things that I think will strive for, and we have a start with the 3 years of ASO data that we have, is developing what some would call the line. The Tuolumne River already was able to develop a good line through, I think, at the Caltech workshop in 2016. They had 4 years and had the line, and it looks like 2017. And then we heard today how 2020 seems to be working, lining up. So we have a start. I think we can get the 2020 data processed. We may have a line, but that's work to be done. Clearly, we can we can get better forecasts beyond April on all the streams by using the snowmelt, the SWE volumes, and integrating into the existing methodologies that LADWP has. If we start from the ground up in Mill Creek, and maybe we can just rely on the information, the methodologies that we have already developed with using ASO and ice snowbow without necessarily adding snow sensors or snow courses, which I think is much of Mill Creek watershed is in the wilderness area. So I think I'm the next slide. I want to just end with what I consider the benefits of ASO, not just in the Mono Basin, but I want to throw out some provocative thoughts and some obvious things in terms of how ASO can be used especially in the Mono Basin, where the access to the high country, when Tioga Pass is going to be opened is a big deal for Mono County. So I first want to suggest that that Mill Creek, which, as I said, we have a stream gauge, so we have the calculated unimpaired. We have good gauging there, but we don't have any snow sensors or the snow pillows, right? Snow surveys right now. What we do have is Mill Creek is right in between the two different kinds of hydrologic kind of characteristic watersheds, between the east side, East Walker, the Tuolumne, San Joaquin to the west and south of us. And so we're kind of in that transition zone. But I would suggest that Mill Creek might be a test watershed for other what I call unmonitored high elevation watersheds in terms of not having snow sensors. Obviously, ASO, just by where the Mono Basin really will benefit from ASO is in these surveys that are done, maybe 1 or 2 in March and April when it's an accumulation season, but where I think it will be really helpful in given the requirements and the needs of the streams and the reservoir management and the water right holders, is in the later season surveys. But that will also help for backcountry recreation forecasts, those later season surveys. Improve plow planning and safety, that's a big deal. I would suggest that, and I know Tom is working with Greg Stock and Yosemite and with researchers in the Sierra Crest who are looking at ice glaciers, rock glaciers, permanent snowfields, a lot to be gained from the ASO surveys. And then I'm hoping, and I'd love to hear, perhaps we're going to hear it later on in the workshop, how ASO can be used for sublimation research. And in the work I do with my colleagues on paleoclimates in the last 2,000 years in the Mono Basin, we really feel that sublimation and the change in sublimation, especially in the Eastern Sierra, is a big deal. And I know it's kind of, everyone would like to get a better handle on it, but I think ASO, and when I say ASO, the whole program, not just the SWE volumes, obviously all the other data that it collects, I think gives us some promise there. So thank you for listening to our talk and holding off your hunger pains. I guess I forgot this slide. Go ahead, last slide. This is the most important one, actually. What are our next steps, given that we are in this budget challenged era that we are in? Well, we got to obviously collaborate with DWP, Southern California Edison, and DWR. My suggestion is we first procure the snow off for Mill, Parker, and Walker in this fall. Well, how is that going to occur? Well, we're hoping, and I know everyone's working on getting the plane up to get the creek fire snow off. And if we get the plane in the sky for this creek fire snow off, I know Tom is committed to getting the snow off for Mill, Parker, and Walker, and then hopefully we can find some funding to process that data. We have the 2020 ASO surveys in the Mono Basin. Again, if we can get some funding to process that, we have now 4 years to develop the line. We're hoping, if we can survey it in 2021. And I want to give a shout out to DWP, LADWP. They're also one of the water right holders in the Mill Creek watershed. They've offered up, or they've said they'd be willing to put in a reservoir inflow stream gauge, which means that we don't have to compute the unimpaired runoff. We would actually have unimpaired runoff. So I'm looking forward to continuing working with DWP, SCE, and DWR to move and integrate ASO into the Mono Basin. So again, thank you, and questions? Oh, and had we been in Mammoth Lakes enjoying each other's company, those of you who would have come down 395 might have seen a scene similar to this, given what's just passed through.
Great. Thanks, Peter and Robbie. Yeah. Okay, I think in the interest of time, we might adjourn for lunch, and so we can get back on schedule for 1 o'clock. I know we ran a little bit overboard, but there were a lot of really important things that we wanted to cover in that, so I sort of let it go a little bit. So thanks to all the speakers. That was a really great session. I learned a lot, and so I hope everyone else did too. So we'll be back at 1 o'clock with a panel. We'll have Mike Anderson, Dave Rosado, and we'll have Tom as well, talking about water infrastructure and ASO and a whole bunch of other cool stuff. So come back at 1. And I think Liz will leave the webinar open so people don't have to rejoin. Yeah. We'll just, everyone can just mute themselves, the panelists.
Yep.
Great.
Great.
See you at 1.
Right. Thanks everybody for joining us.
Thank you.
Hey, Tom.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm counting on you to help Robbie become a great backcountry skier. And so that means you got to convince him. I'm going to convince him to go free hill, and you're going to have to, you know, tell him why I'm just an old man. And
that's okay. He can tell you if he wants, but free heel uphill no matter what.
Yeah.
So we threw the.
And actually, I see Frank Gerke's name out there. I'm going to click on allow to talk for a second. Frank, talking is permitted. Are you there? Hi.
How you doing?
Great. How are you?
Doing quite well, thank you.
Good. It's great to see you here.
Good to see everyone.
We decided we're pulling you out of retirement.
That might be possible. We're gradually getting things caught up.
And were you in on the first talk today?
I was.
Okay, good.
Yeah, appreciated that.
The one thing I forgot to include was the pinnacle of your working career, being on the cover of The Onion.
That's very true. Where have you got an office set up in Mammoth, Tom? Or
yeah, so we started populating that office on about March 1st, and then all hell broke loose, and so I sit in there every once in a while, but we don't occupy it regularly yet, just because it's a pretty small space. But it is something I was going to mention to the crowd, that once we get back to some post-COVID or whatever the next thing is, where we can be together for a workshop, or whenever anybody's in town, they can come by the office. It's right next to the village, so about a 1-minute walk from the village gondola.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And you cleared everything out of Snarl?
Yep, it's all gone. Yeah, it was a sad day. Sad day for us, and a sad day for JPL having to bring all that crap back.
No doubt. Yeah. Yeah, and it's probably sitting in an office bouldering away.
Yeah, nobody touching it. Well, let us know when you're going to be coming over.
Yeah, as things, you know, seems, well, we keep thinking things are going to open back up, and then all of a sudden there's a big flare up, and you know, panic sets back in.
Yeah. Yeah, it's probably going to be a while. Oh, well.
How often do you get down to see Esri?
What's that?
How often do you go down to Redlands to talk with Esri?
Well, right now, so early on it was quite a bit. Now it's purely video calls.
Sure. Yeah.
But it will get back to some frequency at some point. All right, I'm gonna shut you off because it's 1:05 and we're gonna get rolling. It's great to hear your voice and let everybody else hear it. We'll talk soon.
Definitely.
Disable talking. There we go. I know my wife wishes she had that button on me. All right. So let's let Dave Rosardo and Mike Anderson show themselves. And Liz, are we able to focus on just them?
Let's see. I can do a spotlight video. I don't know if that's just going to be for just me or if everyone will have that.
Well, it appears.
Oh, is that, do you see just Dave?
Yes.
Just Dave?
Okay. So I can only do one at a time though.
Well, then do Dave.
But it's
He's got the stadium. He wins.
All right, great. So so this afternoon's session, so we have a roughly hour-long panel discussion here, which is going to be Mike Anderson, who is the state climatologist and all around water rover. I can never figure out what his other career is, but he always seems to pop up in all the interesting places. And whenever I introduce him, I also introduce him as having had calculus from my father at Colorado State University, which is why he's so good at what he does. And then Dave Rosardo, who many of you are familiar with, but at least you recognize the name. But he went away for a while, and about a month ago came back as the California Department of Water Resources Hydrology Branch Chief, and immediately has jumped into the ASO program ramp up, creek fire refly, and contracting, et cetera. So the fact that we could get him here is a great gift as well. So this panel is really to talk about the how we've gotten to where we have right now, and where we are going, and both of Mike and Dave have in talks and I think internally charted the vision for the future related to snowpack and water resources in California, and so I'm just excited to have them do an hour-long discussion. But I also want to save some time for discussion with all of you, and let them answer some of the questions you might have. So let me pull up my my question. So there are two things that would be great for you guys to talk about. One is about how ASO addresses the existing programs that it has been interacting with from the beginning, and then how those programs are going to be building out around this kind of measurement program. And then to ask you to talk about the new relationships that can grow either within DWR or natural resources, the state, and the federal programs. And I think both of you spend a lot of time, Mike spends a lot of time interacting on remote sensing and federal programs. And Dave just came back to us from the State Water Project program. And so there's a lot of breadth for you guys to be able to cover. I'm guessing an hour is not enough, but we'll do what we can to squeeze it in. So I think they flipped a coin out there, and Dave chose that Mike would receive and follow up. So Mike, let me let you take it initially.
Shoot, I thought Dave was leading off. Happy to talk a little bit about the history and some of the current goings on, and then Dave can correct me on everywhere I'm wrong, which is quite possibly quite a few things. So start with the history. I came into this program with Frank Gerke when he said, hey, we're doing this kind of interesting project, and So we found through some opportunistic funding, some financing to help the project along while it was a research project with NASA JPL. And worked collectively at the time while Dave was the water supply forecasting section chief to kind of explore the idea. And this had long been a part of efforts to try and figure out, one, how do we get some better intel in the areas where we don't have stations, and two, get to those areas where either the Wilderness Act or Mother Nature really is not favorable to having a station there at all. So trying to find information and intel about snowpack in places that we haven't, and to get better spatial representation, understanding that that's going to be important as the world continues to warm and the distribution of snow on the mountainside begins to change more dramatically. So since that time, been kind of following along and facilitating as I can. And I guess most recently, some other activities I had been connected to in kind of a portfolio of adaptation strategies the department's exploring in terms of responding to climate change was a group over in the planning division, which came up with the name FloodMAR, or Flood Managed Aquifer Recharge. And while it's certainly not something new, certainly down where we're flying, trying to figure out how to better leverage it for use in the management of water resources, not only for supply, but to mitigate flood risk. It's being explored, and part of doing that, time is going to be a key element. And to have time, you need to know what and how much water is actually on the mountain, which ASO is very good at doing. So this past week, actually, Tom got a chance to meet with the crew that manages the FloodMAR endeavor and had a good conversation. And it will be interesting to see how we kind of move on and explore that space. My own 2 cents on the whole thing is, I think this type of observing program is really key, one, to get that spatially distributed information of snow on the mountainside, because the distribution is going to be changing and changing more dramatically, probably faster than the ability of statistical regression relations to keep up. Even while you update them, it's still going to be hard, because the Sierra is this really interesting space where the higher elevations where it's been so cold, you actually limit how much snow can be there. As that warms and actually allows more snow at the higher elevations, and then gradually the lower elevations beginning to lose snow. So you're really changing the way snow sits on the mountainside, which will change again the timing of the water coming down, as well as how much actually ends up showing up in the reservoirs. And with that, I'll pitch it over to Dave. And like I said, he can fix everything I screwed up.
Well, hey everyone, it's good to be back. Tom, thanks for the nice introduction. As I said, I guess I took a 2-year sabbatical over the State Water Project. I'm trying to convince everybody it was a spy mission. See if that pays dividends at some point, but learned a lot of good stuff over there. And I learned that I really was not meant to be any kind of legal advisor. So it's good to be away from that, where you debate verbs and adjectives for 30 minutes and back to real science. So I think just your first question, Tom, and so I'm one of those where the camera's over here and the screen's over there. So I promise I'm not looking at the Milan Roma game. You talked about the historical relationships and the historical project and the Snow Surveys project or program. And, as I was listening to Mike talk, I think the best way to complement what he was saying is, to me, the history of this program, the Snow Surveys program, really comes into play here. if you go back 111, 112 years ago, when Dr. Church was camped out at Mount Rose over the winter time with apparently nothing better to do than figure out the behavior of snow, he knew, what was going on at the time. There was a fight over water in the Truckee River system. And some of you heard me talk about this before, where he had this idea, if you could correlate the amount of snow on the ground and the water content in it to runoff, you could forever cure water wars. He was right in the first half, he was wrong in the second half. But, I bring that up because it was 20 years later, 1929, that the whole snow-based program was finally formalized. And in that 20 years, from what I understand, you had several agencies trying to do this, trying to do it on their own. And there was a recognition, of course, that this program had to be a lot more formalized for its longevity, for its respectability, and for its, accountability. And so that's by the Water Code, the Snow Surveys program was established in 1929. I like to remind other people in DWR that there's two programs in DWR that I know of that began in 1929. There's ours, which was to me, a great start of a revolution of applying science towards water management. And then there was the dam safety program that was a result of critical failures of a dam. So I think ours is more the shining star, but theirs gets more press, I think, at times. Anyway, I mention that because the heart and soul of the Snow Surveys program is important, and you've heard a lot of the speakers earlier today. It's so important to where we're at with our program in California. We don't exist without that cooperative nature. The Water Code dictates that we have this program. The Water Code dictates that we measure snow and other things, and it dictates that we provide hydrologic forecasts in the terms of river forecasts or inflow forecasts or reservoirs or whatnot. But I don't think any of us feel like we're doing that just because the Water Code says so. We understand the value of it and the need for it, and that's grown over time. The great thing about the Snow Surveys program and all the partners involved is, we've sort of pushed each other all these years to continue to improve and innovate and find creative solutions. And most of the history has been trying to find collaborative solutions. And that's no different than what we're trying to do now in these last several years, as Tom showed earlier in his slides, the last 10 years of the program here. It hasn't been easy. The funding is not really there. We thought it was there. Mike got it very close, as well as others, and you all heard earlier that, what happened there. But, again, I think what we're trying to do is very hard. What we're trying to accomplish is very hard. And I appreciate the patience of our partners, as we're trying to noodle through it. Like Tom said, I've only been back for a month. And it's some kind of combination from drinking from a fire hose and being surrounded by a bunch of puppies who are so excited to see you they can't stop licking you in the face. So it's been hard to, find a lot of time to deal with other stuff. But the ASO project has been probably 85% of my time right now. If it was a normal year, we would already be trying to do our planning, figuring out our budgets, what have you. But yes, we've got major fires all over the state. The creek fires certainly drawn a lot of our attention. We're very collaborative there, but we've got a major fire up in the watershed for the state water project for the river. We've got major fires all over the coast. And my job as hydrology branch chief isn't just to focus on the Snow Surveys program, of course. We've got the river forecasting group. We've got the statewide monitoring network. So as you can imagine, any chance of fall or early winter precipitation that's going to come with any kind of intensity, there's going to be some pretty bad mud and debris flows anywhere across the state. And this weekend, we've got more fires spreading pretty fast. So the cooperative nature of the Snow Surveys program is what's going to lead us to success, I think, with ASO. I mentioned these other duties because we do have this emergency management responsibility that we can't just ignore. And I'll talk about that a little bit tomorrow. But the fact of the matter is, all of us in the hydrology branch end up wearing two hats. Mike included, that we've got our normal duties, and then we've got this split to go over. And when things get bad from a high water perspective, we all have very critical roles in that are slightly different than our normal day jobs. And now you consider how fires have greatly changed that. And, I've already talked to my boss since coming back about, wow, this is, I go for 2 years, I come back, and, it was evident back then, but it's so much more evident now that the role of the hydrology branch has changed dramatically, because fires are now, a June through December phenomena in California. And that's not a traditional role that we are set up to handle in the sense of across the board. We got river forecasters right now that are paying more attention to, how many tenths of inch of rain are going to fall at what frequency over a dry watershed that would normally otherwise not produce any kind of runoff to worry about. I've got statewide monitoring folks who are supposed to be wrapping up their installation season, their maintenance season, many of them working with our partners who either can't get access because of fire or trying to get in and get emergency repairs in where they can. And then, as been talked about already in this workshop, I think Chad brought it up really well, is you got a changing landscape, right? As someone spends 4 years of their life trying to develop good correlation. So, again, without these partners, we can't do this, and we're going to have to assess as a group how these roles have changed and how we move forward. So I'll leave it there, Tom. I think hopefully that answered your question.
Yeah. So that is great, and I want to second what you were saying about the California Cooperative Snow Survey Program. Through, I think it was in the 90s that I first started interacting during graduate school. First started interacting with the program through the Western Snow Conference, and really noticed the difference between the academic community, which spends a lot of time working together, but also battling one another. And in fact, it's much of our job to battle one another. But to then see what the Cooperative Snow Survey Program did, and then how you had these entities that at times can have tensions between them, and yet through this program, they really showed what cooperation can be. And since ASO started up in the NASA world, and up through today, I mean, it really is a fantastic model for the way cooperation should be on resources. And I admire what they continue to do, and what the cooperators continue to adopt as their charge for interacting with one another. On the second part of my questions for you guys, can you speak to, and I'm looking at this as a path for expanding the conversation within California, and likewise for those entities that are starting to ramp up elsewhere. Can you speak to then how the improvements from ASO, and then the improved forecasts that you guys are working toward, as well as the additional data sets that ASO can provide, how that proliferates then into FloodMar, and in turn into Sigma, and likewise into the Integrated Regional Water Management Plan and the State Water Project. And it through all of the study and what we're learning, we as a team are learning, it's pretty amazing how far your quality of forecasts can proliferate into the full tentacles of water resources in California and even beyond. Maybe I'll stab Mike with this initially.
I'll leave the forecast part for Dave, since that's his stomping grounds, home stadium, so to speak. And I'll talk a little bit about the kind of proliferation of the idea. And so I've been working for a while. I get the good fortune of working in a lot of parts across the department. Somewhat unique in kind of dancing on top of all the stovepipes. But one of the keys to the kingdom, so to speak, is the topic of climate change, which certainly with the fires this year has everybody's attention. The storms of 2017 kind of got their attention. Frank Kirky walking through a meadow with a full snow survey full set with the governor was another. So you're starting to see more and more signposts keep cropping up and kind of bringing it back to the forefront of people's attention. And this is where it gets fun, because everybody says, well, is this the new normal? And I tell them, no, this is the jumping off point. This isn't what is and will be. This is just what the beginning of change looks like. And it's going to be more interesting as we go. And that's usually when they quit talking to me. Because it's kind of a somewhat frightening thought that things are only now just starting to get interesting. But setting that all aside, then you say, well, what do we do? Well, there are, to my mind, three things that you do when you're going to make a pretty significant pivot in the way that you manage resources. First is you have to observe them. You have to have a monitoring. The second piece you need is decision support. I can have some of the coolest instruments on the planet measuring things, but if I don't have something that tells me what it means, it's just a cool science instrument that, you know, generates a lot of data. But then there's the third piece, and I mentioned this earlier, and it's the key to water management is having time. Well, melting snow does that very nicely for you because it melts in a very, reasonable pattern over a 4-month period. But if you're going to have that snowpack change its distribution and change the volume balance between what is winter runoff and what is spring runoff, you're going to have to be a lot more clever in terms of balancing, right? And what used to be done on kind of a monthly seasonal behavior now almost has to be done in a real-time sense. And if you're going to make that pivot, you're going to need time, and time is provided through forecasting. And so really improving our capabilities in forecasting from the immediate kind of near term 36 hours, high resolution forecasting. So you have a spatially explicit, this is what to expect. So you can provide your immediate response activities. But then you go out to, we'll say the 10-day volume forecast that the River Forecast Center provides for reservoir inflows. That gives you a sense of, okay, here what the forecast models are suggesting was going to put down in terms of temperature and precip, run through the runoff model, and generates a range of inflows to consider on a 10-day operations plan for reservoir planning. But you can't stop there. Now you're going to have to start looking at, well, how do I get from that 10-day window to a 1-month window to that 3-month window? And how do I understand the evolution of snowpack? And it used to be just how much snow is there. But now that things are getting warmer, you're going to have to introduce this new dimension of temperature and really understanding the interplay of both temperature and precip as it works together to produce the way snow accumulates, melts. And it's not just that seasonal pattern, but how that's doing it as you work your way through our wet season of nominally October to April. Completely ignoring the fact that this October has been completely dry. So with that kind of framework in mind and kind of figuring out, well, what do I do as I hit the home stretch of a career here, is trying to figure out, well, how do you put that all together, right? How do you take pieces, how do you take the best of science and figure out a place to plug it in and make the different pieces usable? And so I have the good fortune, I get to work in the monitoring world with projects like ASO. I get to work in the forecasting world with my connections to NOAA and with Scripps Institution of Oceanography, and really work on forecasting across a range of timescales there. And then working in the hydrology and flood operations office is a great place for that third piece, the decision support. How do you bring it together so that you have information from forecasts and monitoring feeding together so that you have the ability to make the right decision for water at the right time, that you're getting as much benefit as you can and you're mitigating the hazard. And I want to avoid maximizing, minimizing, because you have the whole optimization crew, and this is going to be much less an optimization problem as it is to try and avoid catastrophic failure. We'll do our best to kind of work in that space. So with that, I'll punt over to Dave to kind of talk about how they've been working in the forecast world to try and figure out how do you bring in new technologies, particularly when it kind of happens in this opportunistic sense that we've been doing it, where all of a sudden you get one piece over here, then you get another piece over there. And how do you try and corral it so that the program people don't pull their hair out?
Well, we do pull our hair out quite a bit, but I think the best way I can segue on that, I remember several years ago at a Snow Survey's annual meeting, Bruce McGurk had given kind of an interesting talk about how long it takes folks to actually accept science and then apply it. And the take-home message was we've improved since the days of Galileo, ever so slightly, but well, that's debatable actually in this current political climate. But that aside, you know, it was a good talk, because the reality of it is the science is moving very fast right now, and the department, you know, within our groups, we just don't have that agility as evident, I think, with ASO. You know, Sean's team in Snow Surveys, water supply forecasting, they're doing everything they can to try to adopt, you know, the number one question from my boss all the time, well, we're paying for all this ASO data, are you using it? And the answer is, yeah, we're trying. I try to remind him of that bigger picture. I think you heard from the cooperators earlier that it's not just about the department using it. There's the whole use of benefits across the partnerships, but we have to, we need to, we're trying to use it. It's just that the reality is, again, you know, we wear many hats in a relatively small group across several sections, and it's hard to take that and apply it and use it. So we're still a little bit stuck in older equations and trying to take this gridded data set and apply it. The best way that I know that's happened right now is that we rely on these partnerships. We learn what the folks at Hetchy have been doing, what Chris is doing, what Marco's doing. Marco made a nice comment I saw in the chat just about the appreciation of Floodmar and their modeling and how we can learn from each other. So it's not easy. You know, I'm not trying to make excuses, but we all know it's not easy to take all this and apply it in a quick manner. But, you know, again, I think it's important to reflect on the past to see how we can learn from that and move forward. Just again, looking at the flood role that we have and the importance that this could have in a flood world. You know, my own personal experience with floods starts in '97. You know, okay, wow, this is a big event. This really impacts a lot of people. You move forward to 2006, and that was sort of this initial concept of this. Maybe we can get all the partners on the phone and talk about how to coordinate reservoir operations a little bit. You know, and from that, the FCO programs were born. We moved forward to 2011. And I can remember having very distinct conversations with Steve Haugen on the Kings River. You know, there's our forecast, there's the RFC's forecast. He's he kind of has to answer to the sheriff in the room, which in some ways is the Army Corps. And there was these discussions that poor Steve was caught in the middle of. Sorry, Steve, I'm putting words in your mouth, but they want to know who was right. Was DWR right, or was the Army Corps right? And I think we had these conversations without the Army Corps. They said, well, we're both wrong. It's a matter of understanding the error, and that was an important path forward, I think, for all of us, was having that clarity. We all sort of knew that. We just weren't really acknowledging it as openly as we needed to. And so again, you get all the way to 2017, and I think we're starting to understand that understanding the error in the forecasting models is really important. And tools like ASO can help us cut down on that. Other tools, Mike mentioned all this, effort with scripts and others. He and I gave a little tag team presentation a couple years ago, knowing that dollars are limited, knowing that the people who can implement all this stuff are limited. So, it's a good question. Would you rather pay a lot of money and have improved weather and climate forecasts that tell you what's coming? I think we'd all say yes. That's certainly a value. Or would you spend the same amount of money on improving the monitoring network, so once it came, you knew it actually was there? And as Mike said, if you don't measure that, you don't have a perspective of what actually happened. And I even take that a step further. Well, they're kind of almost worthless without each other. The monitoring network's obviously very important, but if you pay for all this guidance and you don't actually measure it, that doesn't help you. And it's a fast changing world. If you just measure it and you're trying to react to it, that doesn't quite cut it by today's standards. So 2017, I think, really showed us that we can understand the error in the equations, but everything changed down in the valley. Again, conversations with Steve. Sorry, Steve, you're on my list right now. But we're trying to help them route flows down through the lower Kings, and it turns out there's about a 3-foot lower crest of a levee around Tranquility that causes a lot of issues. So we were able to rely on some great partnerships in the program and get a hold of Boswell down in the Tulare Lake Basin, see what we could do. But this is trying to manage all this stuff real time and just being able to get on a phone and talk to people. So the challenging of the forecast is there. It's always going to be there. One perspective I got from the State Water Project, I was over on the contract side. I wasn't in the operations side. And so I want to be real careful not to talk on their behalf or speak on their behalf, because just like anybody else who's trying to manage water, they've got a tough job and many different things to juggle at once. But unless you haven't read the news in the last, decade, the water project's going to be changing just like everything else. What that ends up looking like sooner or later or a long time from now, we don't know. But there are infrastructure changes that are proposed, whether it's a tunnel, whether it's adding offsite reservoirs, whatever it is. So structurally, it's going to change, but the expectation of how it is operated, just like any of the other reservoirs with our partners, it's clear that the expectations from the State Water Project contractors who get the water, you name it, the expectations have changed, that it has to happen in real time, whether it's a flood, whether it's a drought, whether it's a normal year. And this is coming from an audience or an interest group that doesn't understand necessarily the forecasting as much. So they kind of look over to us and say, is it possible? And I think all of us on this call, I think all of us in this community kind of say, well, yeah, but it's going to take a lot, and it can't just take any one of us. So I know that's one of the huge challenges ahead. And when I was in these meetings, I would text Mike. I'm in these meetings, Mike, they're asking about this and this. I'm trying to push them to get on the phone with you. And he's involved with that group too. But it just shows you that I think one of the other things that we need to do, Tom, as part of this community, is we kind of know each other. We know where these strengths are. We've got to keep reaching out. I think Steve said it earlier. Sorry, Steve. It's Steve Day. I don't know why. we can't be in these silos. A lot of the last 2 years, I've focused a lot of that, just kind of learning about how people climb into silos, and they can't, it just stunts innovation, it stunts growth. We have a lot of talent in this community, but we've got to be able to bridge it outside of that and find opportunities. So I don't know if I strayed off topic, Tom, but those are some perspectives of the challenges we have and where I think we're trying to move.
No, that's great. And I was just texting with Jeff Deems about some of what you guys were talking about. I think everybody has a bit of the same idea. And to bring Wes in instead of Steve, even though Steve has made some of these suggestions as well, but quite recently, Wes Monier had made the suggestion of us making sure we're getting on the horn with Floodmar, and then that had come pretty much in the same few days from Mike Anderson, and we had that conversation that Mike mentioned the other day, and I think that's going to be great for really opening people's eyes up to what the possibilities are with this, and likewise seeing how it can integrate into the broader infrastructure. And the meetings we've been having with the Department of Conservation with respect to the creek fire, likewise, that reaches into what had been starting up as the California LIDAR program. And I know you guys have those relationships, but it really seems like those relationships have gone very well recently. With that conversation going on, and we've been able to share data with them. They didn't realize the availability from us, and they've been really enthusiastic about that. And the other thing that I've been hearing, and Dave and Mike, I think you guys can speak to this far better than I can, is that it sounds like the understanding within DWR moving up the chain is really improving as well. And it's a challenge, as you've said, to communicate what to us becomes immediately obvious, and but to others who are dealing with a bazillion things and some flavor of what we're talking about has approached them before, so they don't necessarily see it as the breakthrough that we're waving our arms wildly telling them that it is. But it really seems that momentum is really picking up and happening, and I think we're going to see that as well in some of the other regions, including the Colorado discussion coming up. And I guess I'd reach out to, so I also would reach out to Wes just to get some of his input here, even though we've got talks from both Dave and Wes, and I don't want to steal your thunder, but I think it's relevant, and likewise Steve, who can speak for himself in part here.
You're going to have to focus. Yes, I'm sitting there trying to the response on how to respond here. I got to think a second here. But
Dave was unmuting to talk.
Well, yeah, you talked about, is it more successful going up the chain within DWR? I think the answer is yes. I think Mike and others the last 2 years have done a wonderful job with that and building on the momentum I think that was there. But you still need someone to grab the football and run with it, right? The perspective I can share, I think, from the last couple of years is, again, I'm not going to put myself in the director's shoes or the deputy directors, but those of us that are in California probably could come up with a top 5 list of things that are on her mind at any one point. And I'm willing to bet, 3 or 4 of those have to do with the state water project, not because the rest of these programs aren't important, but you think about it. I mean, yes, whether there's going to be a tunnel or sites or any of these, that's huge. That's a huge unknown for them. So of course, it draws a lot of their attention, and there's lawsuits and there's all kinds of things there. We're talking big dollars and big investments and big political influence. The Delta is always going to be an issue to manage water. Not just for us, but for reclamation, getting water through the Delta down to the customers in the Valley and in Southern California. That's always going to be a top 5 number. Sigma, you guys, some of you on the call know better than me. That's just been a game changer from day one. And again, I point to unknowns. There's so much unknown with Sigma and how it's going to really impact everybody. I mean, it's starting to come around more realistically. The point I'm trying to make is when they hear about this stuff from Mike or anybody else that's got, a good vision and a good chance, they kind of reflect and they go, well, the program's working okay, isn't it? I mean, it's not that they don't deny the science. It's just, again, I can't speak for the director. I'm just saying, when you look at their top 5, you're in their top 10 list, it's an easy reaction. How does this just not show up towards the top of the list? It, unfortunately, I think it's embedded somewhere in that list as a climate change initiative. And so to everyone's point and reading the comments, everything else, in some ways, I think we've got to show all these unknowns that we're really struggling with, so that it becomes more of a problem than a new solution to something that's, quote, gone fairly well. Now I say that, and then, then they're going to look at us and go, boy, you guys have sucked at forecasting all these years. What's wrong with you? And I don't think we're afraid of that. I think we know that there's been limitations to what we can and can't do. And again, I'm excited about how we can improve upon that. But I mean, that's just one perspective to me that comes into mind, just my point of view.
Tom, if I can capitalize on here listening and thinking about it, but Mike and Dave, I understand what you're saying, but what's the fuel that's going to drive all those projects you mentioned that are at the front? And the basics, the foundation to make the prudent decision on how to use those projects that are at the front line. Or when what starts to hit the fan, what's the foundation of the intelligence that you're going to make the right decisions on? And on one hand, this is a pretty sophisticated environment, at least for me. But on the other hand, isn't it a starting point? And if you don't have this starting point nailed down and everybody's comfortable, then everybody's going to be shooting from the hip. Is that fair?
It is fair, Wes, but there's a really interesting, I guess, mentality shift as I kind of work my way up through the food chain and really getting the attention on the fact that you need good intel if you're going to make a good water decision. And you get so far up the food chain, and then all of a sudden it becomes, well, the smart people will figure that out, and that's for the locals to take care of. And that's where I think the beginning of that disconnect happens, and we have to figure out how to better communicate the concept that there are some foundational elements that need to happen at a state level in terms of that monitoring, forecasting, and decision support.
So how do I communicate to you and your officials that I'll solve the problem, but I'll probably do it with a hammer or a sledgehammer, better yet. And it really needs to be done with a micrometer. And you guys are in a position to do it correctly. like the snow course measurements. What we have right now is based upon, from what I call, a crown jewel of the state of California. This is an asset that California, the government, the institutions have worked at and developing, and it is a fabulous tool if you think about it. The ASO program, yes, came online in, say, 2011 on the Tuolumne, but prior to that, we're making decisions based on those snow courses and snow sensors. And that technology was from what, the 30s, 40s? Yeah, the snow sensors, what, from the
Early
70s? Okay, so it wasn't a bad decision back then. But the amount of money that you've got on the line now, the property, the lives,
yeah.
How do you articulate, how do I go to my elected official and say, look, these guys may not be able to lobby, but I need these guys to do that. I need these guys to tell me what it is my elected officials need to vote for.
Right. And I've been kind of chewing on that and working out, again, this concept of how these different pieces come together. And I've got a great technical depiction of it, which works great if you have a science background, which means that if we show it to any of the legislators, they're going to pat me on the head and push me out the door because it's just going to miss them entirely. So need to try and get that combination of observations, forecast, decision support. That's that foundation of water management that the state can provide, and that we put the funding there as the foundation. That enables all the other work they want to accomplish policy-wise with SGMA, environmental, flood mitigation. All that can happen as long as you have that foundation in place.
Is this issue that you have with this particular project? And yes, I am naive and selfish here. I've got my own interest here that I'm trying to develop here. But how come they don't have this problem on SGMA?
They do. It's just the way that they are choosing to view their solution options. They're not starting with the science, they're starting with the political.
But the
political, yeah. That's where I struggle still a little bit on how to kind of turn the attention, and extreme events are great ways to kind of get their attention momentarily. Getting that full pivot into, wow, okay, now I see the way forward. I still haven't hit on the right way to describe what's happening that catches their attention for a length of time that I need it.
Hey guys, real quick. Oh, go ahead, Mike.
No, go ahead.
I want to let Steve just opened up his video. I want to let Steve speak to this, and then we have Peter Vorster has his hand raised, and we have a question from Liz Van Wagtendonk to attend to here, and I think we'll run over to we'll go about 10 more minutes. So Steve, go ahead.
Yeah, let me just kind of, I think it's probably already been said, but kind of capture this a little different way. We've got on one end of the spectrum, the highly technical folks that really understand ASO, all the nuances and the minute detail and minutia of it that make it work. And it's a highly technical process. That has to move through DWR, through DWR management, through resources, through finance, into the legislature, through the governor's office, and ultimately be authorized as an expenditure. Going through that, you start from folks that are highly technical, and you transition to people that are making purely a political or policy decision. And trying to communicate that through all of those different transitions is a real challenge. And as Wes said, how did Sigma work? Well, Sigma came down as a policy, political decision and said, you guys make it work. We've got a technical solution and we're trying to push it up to the policy, and we're having to push that thing uphill rather than kind of trickling down. And that's a real challenge to communicate and keep a message that can morph from technical to political. And I think that's where our real challenge is in trying to implement these kinds of programs. So just an observation of kind of visualizing this as a spectrum and trying to work it from one end to the other.
And I'll just punctuate this and then move over to I'll let Liz go first, and then Peter with his question. So again, the Senate Bill 487, which was not carrying along funding, went through unanimously through the Assembly and the Senate. And as Pat mentioned earlier, and I think I did as well, before COVID hit, things looked very well assembled on the appropriations committees that they were planning on heading towards realizing the funding for the full program. And so while we're talking about the uncertainties of this, I think had COVID not hit when it did, had it hit a year later, we might be having a completely different conversation right now, or a related one as to, well, they did the appropriations, but they added this twist to it. So at any rate, I think keeping the conversation going and figuring out the path and just making sure that that all of the relevant players can understand the value is an important effort. Let's see. Let me go to Liz's question here. She says, I know you've probably heard me ask this more times than pi has digits, but okay, I have heard her ask it, but not that many times. Are there new opportunities to coordinate ASO and forest assessment fire needs and other resource management needs more broadly? Just like ASO, the California statewide LiDAR effort was close to funding, and both were cut despite providing such important benefits to all partners. Can we better collaborate to garner broader attention and support? How can we keep these platforms from failing because of a tragedy of the commons? So let me pass it to Dave and Mike, because I know that we've been having these very conversations.
Well, yeah, probably the more recent development has been around the Creek Fire, as we've talked about a little bit. So more specifically, DWR, the Bureau, Tom's been on the call, even Kings River, we've had them on the call since there's some fire, part of that fire is over in their watershed. Department of Conservation and Cal GS, Cal Fire, you name it, they've all been on the call. Everyone really wants this to happen. Let's get LiDAR, let's get a new baseline condition for what's happened over in the Creek Fire and the San Joaquin and Kings basins. And so I guess over the weekend, I think we made great progress in putting together a fairly cohesive argument on paper for funding of that. So I only mention that because it's kind of opened the door to some of these other agencies that at least the Snow Surveys program hasn't traditionally corresponded with or talked about. And it goes back to what I said. Now, all of a sudden, Hydrology Branch has a fire season to consider as well. But I think, unfortunately, in California, I think in anywhere else too, you've got to look at these devastating natural disasters and find that opportunity to plow through that politics, as was talked earlier, and everything else. So that's kind of the more recent evolution of that, and I think we'll build some momentum from there. But sorry, Mike, I'd cut you off.
No, you're fine. You're right. I mean, these are the ways we kind of build those relationships that can foster and move these programs forward. It just takes time and perseverance. And when you get those windows of opportunity, usually around extreme events, to kind of move things forward. So continuing the collaboration, continuing the conversations, and again, just trying to find ways to present the material so that you can leap that gap from the technical world over into the policy world and have the policymakers recognize the value of what you're showing to them.
Yeah, I think the one problem with responding to, okay, there's a disaster, let's respond to it, let's find a collaboration, that I'm finding is once we had these conversations going, all of a sudden, all kinds of people wanted to jump on the call that had more interest in the Valley, which is for the LiDAR collection and everything else. And I understand why, but quite frankly, we had to kind of pare that back down and say, wait a minute, the immediate need to try to get this funding under a disaster is in the upper watershed. I can't sit here and make a reasonable argument and risk us losing out on funding when we're talking about levees that are miles and miles downstream or other subsidence. There's a connection. We all know that. But I don't think FEMA is going to look at that. I think FEMA is going to go, what is the specific need in the specific area where it's burned? And so, while it's good to take an opportunity from a disaster and say, how can we get funding or whatever, that can't be the long-term plan.
No, it's not the long-term plan, but it's the opportunity to have those conversations that forge the relationships that you build off of, to move the funding relationship away from the emergency response, opportunistic, chip away at it, into systematic program funding that's recognized for the value that it has to the state of California.
Yep. Exactly. All right. Hey, Peter, I think I have permitted talking, and let me unmute you. Or try to.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Actually, my question, you've kind of answered it, but I'll kind of add something to this whole the conversation of the last few minutes. How do you translate these great relationships that you're developing into funding in the short term and then long term? And then I hear FEMA mentioned, and that's federal. And then so where's the Forest Service and their need to have information like this for their post-fire assessments, not just in the San Joaquin, but throughout? So I assume maybe the question is the Forest Service talking to FEMA to say, we need this information? That's question one. And then what other communities are needed to bring into this short term as well as long term to get the policy and the funding together? And so that's the question. But let me offer this observation. Is there a perception at the state level that they're, got all the water community is like saying, we need this, we need this, we need this. And then there's the answer, well, then why don't they fund it? And of course, obviously some have, right? But would it go over better if the water community organized itself along with the environmental community, all the different communities, and says, look, we aren't expecting a complete bailout by the federal or state government. We're going to contribute long term. Is that a missing piece of the conversation, that there's this perception this is all about, sure, it has these multiple benefits, and okay, we get that, and it's this crisis, oh sure, the Forest Service or downstream communities could really benefit from that. But isn't there a need, would it be helpful if we could organize and say, the water community, the individual agencies, public agencies, ag, urban, will continue to have skin in the game. So don't think we're looking for 100% bailout here. So there was, I guess, an observation and a couple of questions in terms of the short term and the Forest Service and FEMA, and then, what other communities should we bring in and to the short-term funding out, and then lastly for long-term water community saying we have skin. We're going to be part of the funding solution long-term. So don't.
All right. So real quick here, because Dave and I are both expected in another meeting here. So Peter, you hit the nail on the head from the standpoint that at a certain point, there has to be a good value-based argument and map shown of how the different communities feed into this in terms of how they might help resource it and then how they get the value out of it. Because the policymakers would love to see that. And that, I think that's part of that key of jumping from the technical into the policy world is to develop that map. That's not something that I've had a whole lot of history doing. So I'm going to have to find those folks that are a little better at it and kind of get some help in navigating that, and then be very mindful of the line to where I can contribute as a subject matter expert. And then once it gets more into the advocacy element, take a big step back so I don't lose my toes or any other part of my anatomy. So as far as FEMA and the Forest Service, you know, they each get pots of money for different activities, and trying to figure out how they fit together is not something any of the agencies have been very good at in the past. Given that those pots of monies don't fully fund any of the entities, they're not too gung-ho about seeing how sharing works, right? And so there is a little bit of trying to develop this concept of collaboration that, yeah, we're all a little bit short, but if we pool our resources, we might get what we need. If not exactly what we want. So a lot of different conversations that probably have yet to happen may need to going forward. There are some frameworks that are starting to take shape at the state level, which will facilitate this. And the one program that I'll point to that seems to be getting some good traction is the Headwater to Floodplain. It's being set up under a flood safety partnership, but I think with a little assistance, the value of it in broader resource management could be readily seen by those above. Hopefully then would enable a little broader activity than where the team that currently has possession of that program might want to take it. So again, a lot of little different conversations that have to be had with different pockets of people, but certainly ones with a little carefulness we might be able to have.
All right, I'm going to pull it to a close at this point so that Mike and Dave can go attend to their other meeting, and we can close out this day. Mike, Dave, thanks so much, and Wes and Steve for weighing in there. Some closing thoughts on today. So far, I've heard from a bunch of you that you're really pleased with the way it's going. I am too, and I know the team is. And as they indicated, I too have learned a lot, even though this is my my very existence all the time. So having the participation of everybody out there, and I'm looking forward to more interaction from everybody out on the in the attendee list, as well as the upcoming talks. Let's see, tomorrow we start off at, let's see, Liz, are you there? Because for some reason my printout has clipped it such that I can't see when we start out.
Oh. All right, well, I guess we'll let you know.
Okay.
So we will start the Zoom again at 9. From 9 to 9:20 is going to be kind of an informal chat session. I will have a slide up talking about our internship program. So if you are interested in that or you have questions about that, we'll be happy to chat with you. And then at 9:20, we will get going with Ann Castle, who will be our keynote speaker for tomorrow.
Okay, great. And then from 10:20 to noon, we've got research applications part 1, those talks. And then we have a special guest from 1 to 1:30, and that's Jack Dangerman. It'll be a recorded talk, but we can certainly capture questions as well and pass those along to him. But it'll be great to have him. And then our first improvement interlude, speaking to the changes in ASO Inc., and that'll be from the compute team. So, at any rate, thank you all, and thanks to Liz for organizing this. And again, if you have any questions or suggestions, please feel free to email to us and let us know, and any glitches that we may not have been aware of, just so that we can make sure we can shore that up. Oh, and the other thing I want to mention is, please feel free to continue to pass the meeting information on to your colleagues who you don't see here. And we can continue to reach out more and more to people, since we still have 3 more days of the ASO workshop. All right. Anything more, Liz?
That's all I got.
Okay. Anything more from the crowd out there? All right. Seeing no hands raised or Q&A, thank you all. And enjoy your afternoons or evenings or mornings, wherever you are. And we'll see you on tomorrow. Thanks much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And don't forget the Eastern Sierra is in California.
That's all.
All I hear is Central Valley programs from the state. I wanted to get that in previously, but you muted me back, Tom, so I couldn't say it. So I'm saying it to you now. Is that all I keep hearing? It's, oh yeah, flood. It's all Central Valley. Sorry, we can't direct any funding over the crest of the Sierra. So that's I'm making that pitch to you and everyone. Anybody else who's still listening.
Well, the control is not with us, but
I know, but I'm counting. I know you're you're doing. You don't forget about the Eastern Sierra, right?
No, given that I live here.
I can say so. So but I keep hearing that from DWR. So thanks again. Great day.
All right. Thank you guys. Bye.
Thanks so much. Bye.